Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Moises Ballesteros, the Cubs' third best prospect and their eighth best prospect for Yordan Alvarez.
No, I'm not giving. No, I don't want to give up Mo Baller. No,
that's what it would cost. That might be on the low side.
Well, then, good luck. Mo, send him somewhere else.
You're good.
Yep. I don't want to give up Mo Baller.
How about Alcantara in the minors, Seiya, and then two more pretty good, like probably top 10, top 7 to 12 prospects.
That's a lot.
Seiya, Sandy, and two more prospects. But you're talking about the guy that might be the best or second best hitter in the MLB right now. I mean, Judge. So then you're playing for second or third. And then he's 2 years for $26 million. And then you probably extend him. So you get Yordan Alvarez for 5 years, essentially. You want to do Moises and two top prospects?
No, I do not want to give up Moises. I don't want to give up.
But he's a catcher. You got Amaya.
So?
You got Miguel. You'd have Yordan. And then, or you could trade Seiya after you get Yordan for a better catcher.
I would be more down with that.
But you would have to trade Moises to Houston and then Seiya somewhere else. You wouldn't be okay with that?
Oh, no. I thought you meant give up Seiya for.
No, I mean, I think the only reason Seiya is on the block is just because he's your DH. I mean, where would Seiya play if Yordan came in? He wouldn't play anywhere. You would have to, if you're bringing in Yordan Alvarez, you have to give up Seiya Suzuki in some sort of capacity.
Yeah.
Or you give up Bush and have Yordan play first. Would you give up Bush?
You're asking John if he would give up Bush.
Yeah, he says, no, I'm a child of the 70s.
80s.
John's never given up Bush.
Thank you.
Not one single time.
I was born in it.
Molded by it.
Before I've seen anything clean, I was already a man.
And
before then, it was
were
nothing but
all
blinding.
of you. So were all of you. I don't know.
Matt,
We'll see.
How did this happen?
I wanted to play MLB Matt. Major League Matt. Just wanted to play a little hypothetical trade with John Bishop.
Are you saying the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com?
Did I never say that?
Yeah, that one.
You did not.
Just dove right
Yeah, you
in.
just started naming dudes.
Playing hypothetical trades growing up was my favorite game. Some kids like chess. Some kids like checkers. Some kids like Webkins. I like sitting in a car and saying
Webkins. What a poll!
Yeah, but do you know what
Wetkins?
No, Webkins.
It's like a Beanie Baby.
It was.
It was one of the dawns of the internet.
Yeah, it was
great. That and Club Penguin. It was like Club Penguin.
I played a lot of Club Penguin.
Yeah, I bet you.
It was kind of like Neopets, except it was
terrible.
like you would buy the stuffed animal, then you type it in online, type, and then you just had it.
Crappy Booyear.
Yeah,
this sucks.
We were just explaining things from our childhood.
Terrible.
I just said I would talk about hypothetical trades growing up all the time.
And not Webkins or Club Penguin.
I dealt DeMar Rosen to about half the NBA growing up when he was a Toronto Raptor.
I had two puppets.
Okay, that sounds really bad.
What? That's what I did.
Go Lakers.
Yes, big win yesterday.
Go Lakers.
How much of that
They're
game
only
did you watch?
2 more wins away from LeBron being the GOAT, according to Kendrick Perkins.
That's true. Like a half of a quarter. I watched the end of the first half and then I went to bed.
Oh, that was probably that was a pretty bad part.
I have an opinion.
What's your
opinion? I have
opinion?
this opinion every year, and it is my oldest old man opinion. I despise the NBA having 1,000 uniforms. You are the Lakers, for God's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Dress like it.
Mhm.
Act like it.
Mhm.
Their court is a monstrosity.
Okay, the court sucks.
Was it? What happened?
It's not even the yellow ball anymore. It's an L and an A in purple.
It was because they wore. I'll show you. Highlights,
So
John.
I actually thought of John last night because the Lakers were wearing black.
They were.
Black is not one of their colors.
It's not.
And so they were wearing black uniforms with a
Yeah.
disgrace.
It looks like the Clippers.
It does.
You
it
look
does
like
not
the
look like the
Clippers.
Lakers.
The L and the A looks
I mean,
like
credit
something.
to NBC for,
Yeah.
for matching, but that is not the Lakers. I mean, you're playing in a playoff game.
Correct.
It's something. Their L and their A on the court looked like something out of Tron. It looked like a Tron Legacy logo.
It annoys me to no end that this is the most important time of year and you turn on a game and you don't know who is playing.
Okay, so
right.
I hated that.
And that is one of the biggest problems with all. I mean, this goes for all sports. All of these alternate uniforms.
But at least in the NFL, when you watch the playoffs, they're wearing normal uniforms.
Sure.
You know,
but the problem is so often you can just turn on random games and you have to think about who's playing in the game because the identifying marks are gone. I mean, just imagine if all of our brands like, Coke or McDonald's or Chevrolet or whatever just decided we're going to do alternates, for 1 week. And you're driving along, and man, I could sure use a cheeseburger right now. And you drive on, well, what's that place? And then you've already passed it. Then you know what? I'll just go to Burger King.
You don't like the idea of a city edition McDonald's?
I don't.
That doesn't tickle your fancy?
Especially not at the most important time of the year for McDonald's.
Exactly.
What is the most important time of the year for McDonald's?
I have no idea. That's
Kids' birthday parties.
There you go.
Well, maybe it used to be.
Maybe for restaurants, it'd have to be like different parts of the day.
Do
The
we-
most important part of the day is like dinner time.
I think December is probably a great month for McDonald's.
Do kids still do birthday parties at McDonald's?
I don't see many play places anymore. When I do, there's like nothing there.
Yeah, because every restaurant, another old man opinion, every restaurant looks the same.
Yeah, they're all
boring
square
brick.
They're boring
Come on.
gray boxes.
When I was a kid, McDonald's had character.
There's a Runza around where
what
I
happened
live.
to the character,
Rock and
people?
roll Runza?
Is it rock and roll?
Well, I don't know. People always
Well,
talk
that
about
was downtown.
This rock and roll runs it. Everybody talks about, like, back home, they talked about the 92 Bulls. Everybody used to told me, oh, my God, you don't know basketball until you saw Horace Grant. And then now here I get here, it was like, oh, my God, the rock and roll Runza.
Yep.
Like, it was the greatest thing of all time.
Anyway,
People
there's a
love it.
Runza near me that has a full-on playground right outside, and I'd never seen that before.
Where's
but I thought
that
it was
at?
fun. It's off of like
100
Q.
I was going to say over
something.
in Millard.
Yeah.
This might be a fun exercise. People always like to go around. There was the thing on Twitter today, the gimmick, pick one of these 9 helmets. They were all these Husker alternate helmets.
Triggered. Another thing that triggered me. Get your AI garbage out of my face.
Whoa, don't tell people around media that.
I'm going to.
But do
Keep
the
going,
do City Edition McDonald's,
City Edition
City
McDonald's.
Edition Chevrolet, City Edition Coke.
City Edition Chevrolets in Chicago would just be beat up cars.
Nick writes, great take. Nike screwed up their gold jerseys and they look like highlighter yellow, and the white
Yeah.
jerseys are only meant for Sundays. Exactly. When I was growing up, they wore the yellow, they wore the purple, and on Sundays they wore white, and that was it.
It kind of did annoy me when the Cleveland Cavaliers won their first ever title, and it was in a sleeved black uniform.
With a giant C.
Yeah.
This is the finest moment of your franchise's history. Blocked by James. I just watched that play again because it's so cool. And they have horrible uniforms on.
Pretty bad.
You're an adult. Act like
Now
it.
now Cleveland's gonna write though where
Pathetic.
they've made a new version of their old jerseys that they wear, which is like the classic blue with maroon
I like
with
it.
the kind of like a beige striping like
And if
down the
that's their no-
side.
You know, the other
pretty
thing
hot.
too is I remember 20 years ago, the NHL. Here's a hockey take from yours truly. They
Whoa.
switched. Home teams used to wear white at home,
Yeah.
and then they went to the color.
Solid color.
Yeah. Well, the NBA is still usually a white jersey at home, color jersey on the road. But the last night, the Lakers wore black. It's just, again, you got to pick a lane.
Yeah.
You're trying to get
But
the
now-
casual fans.
Now, even though the NHL is doing alternate jerseys during the playoffs, like because Dallas in their first game against Minnesota wore their like throwback, like the Mike Modano, like old school star jersey. They like made those this year.
Is
They
that
were-
like the ones from the 90s when they?
It's like it was like a star, but it's got different coloring. It's pretty. They're
when
pretty
was this
hot.
game one?
Game 1
They're playing the Wild.
on the Minnesota Wild.
All
Game 3 tonight. Big game.
Man, I
between
can't wait to
two-
watch.
It's actually two of the best teams.
Big
playing each other in the
shoes.
first round.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Those were the jerseys. I'm pretty sure when I
But
was.
that's not their regular jerseys. Those are their alternate jerseys. So even the NHL is doing it. At one
I'll
point,
be honest with you. I couldn't tell you what Minnesota's classic color.
No, these
or
are the
classic
stars,
jerseys
right?
are.
The stars.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
these are
stars
the
were-
stars like from like the Brett Hole. Do you remember Brett Hole?
they were like the
Yeah.
Medano, the
Yeah,
classic
that.
Medano jerseys.
Yeah, that's what they looked like when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're wearing those for the playoffs, which is like
Okay.
kind of the same.
Now, see, they're going to do it the whole playoffs?
They did them for game 1. I don't think they did them for game 2.
Mm.
Okay,
I
well,
don't-
see, you got to, again, you got to pick
So
a
the real
lane.
thing though is that I would say about a little bit less than a decade ago, the NBA had not a ton of jerseys to wear. Like,
Yeah, they wore like 3.
They
had
wore
regular road and home
And they had an
road
alternate.
And
And the
that was
alternate-
the stupid sleeve Cleveland thing.
yeah. Now it's like, but the problem is that they don't.
100 uniforms.
Here's my problem. My problem isn't necessarily having the 100 uniforms. My problem is that they don't put a limit on how many times you wear your alternates. To me, it's an alternate because you see them 4 or 5 times a year. Like growing up as a kid, I would go to a Blackhawk game and they would be wearing their black jerseys. And you would be like, oh my God, I had no idea. They're wearing alternate jerseys tonight. Oh, wow. The merchandise stand has the alternate jerseys as the main jersey. Dad, we got to go and buy that. This is a special night.
Yeah.
They never do this. Now, in the NBA, it's like you watch a Phoenix Suns game, they're always wearing their City Connect, the Valley
They don't wear their
jerseys.
regular ones
They
anymore.
don't. Their regular jerseys are now their alternate jerseys.
Yeah,
That's my problem.
which is backwards.
I don't have a problem with teams having a lot of jerseys. I have a problem when they just don't wear their regular jerseys ever.
Yeah. Celtics wore green at home last night. Very strange. What are we doing?
Dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wear their
Go
gray.
Sixers.
They wore their gray jerseys in the NBA Finals a couple of years ago.
Probably. I remember when the Nuggets were in the finals a few years ago and they were wearing monstrosity uniforms every game. And it's like, man, this is like the best moment in franchise history.
I
And
mean,
you
I-
don't look normal. It's very upsetting. Again, this is my old man.
So
opinion.
much for me not having jersey takes.
Yeah, you try to be like Michael Severe and you are not in that capacity. I just
don't-
never understand how if he doesn't recognize uniforms, how he turns on the games and even knows who's playing. It's always very confusing.
That's true.
I don't see uniforms. Then how do you know who's playing in the game, Michael? Doesn't make any sense to me. That's what he says, though.
I really only get mad about uniforms when it's like they have a terrible uniform matchup when like both teams are wearing blue or something.
What did you think of the Creighton baseball uniforms the other day? Did you see these?
Yeah, but I think that
I know why, but they
Yeah,
still
they-
look bad.
Yeah, they
What they packed the wrong pants on accident?
no,
was
they
a
were wearing
doubleheader.
it was a double header.
And they wanted to take off their stinky tops.
So they took off their baby
So were they
blue
wearing their
tops
stinky
and
pants still, though?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, you can't
Ass
tell, though.
sweat, but you can still smell it.
You can only tell that your ass has been sweaty when you take off the
No
pants and then put them back on again.
No way. No way.
No, I don't know my ass is sweaty until I go to the bathroom and then I put the
Judging-
thing back on. I go, oh, okay.
judging by the facility, there probably wasn't a place to change your pants.
Yeah, I guess.
So it was
Honey,
easier just
where
to
are
change the
my
top.
pants?
It looked really bad. It looked really
It did.
bad.
It didn't look great,
Yeah.
but
Did they forget that they had a doubleheader, or was that a
no,
new
that
thing?
was changed when they got there.
Okay. So they probably would have washed the uniforms and reworn.
Oh, yeah,
them?
yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
that's what happened. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I kind of understand. Still,
I don't care.
you do though.
I don't.
You have many opinions on
I
it.
don't. No, I agree with the NBA take though.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't care about jerseys. I don't care about the Husker jerseys.
Definitely.
I don't care. I do not care what they wear on Saturdays.
Definitely.
I don't.
I agree. That's why I said definitely.
I mean, if there ever was a team you don't want people to be able to readily identify them. Man, who's that team that's embarrassing themselves? Oh, it's Nebraska. So maybe they should.
They've never done that, John.
Maybe they
No.
should change their jerseys out more often.
Might get an Emmett
Just to
Johnson
confuse-
jersey wherever he plays in the NFL.
Cowboys.
Arizona.
Ugh.
Why would you do that?
Yeah,
Because I like
That's
Emmett.
not your team.
you don't like him that much.
I do.
That's like
really.
that means he's almost like your favorite Nebraska player ever.
God, it
Guys,
must suck to be a young
guys,
Husker fan.
Guys,
Plus, like he literally just became
Guy-
one.
guys,
I grew up. There were like
guys,
15 running backs better than
guys.
Emmett. No offense, Emmett, but there were.
Whoa.
take
No
a deep
lies.
breath here. Just when did I start watching Nebraska
Like
football
I know.
5 years
intently?
ago.
I know.
7.
7 years ago.
Why don't you just buy an Emmett Johnson Nebraska jersey? Then you don't
There
have to
we
identify
go.
with
not
another
cool.
team.
That's not cool.
What do you
Why
mean
isn't
that's
it
not
cool?
cool? Oh, so it's cool. So what if
I
he
wanna be
becomes
cool.
a Packer?
No.
What if
hell
he
no.
becomes a Viking?
No.
What if he becomes a Lion?
God no.
Well, you had to think about the Viking one.
I think the
though.
Viking one would be a great fit for. I'm excited for Emmett if he goes to the Vikings.
Wow.
I think the Cardinals though would be a great fit for him, just overall. And it's like a team that I don't care about the Cardinals, right? And no one would be like, oh, why do you
Nobody
have a
really
Cardinals
cares
jersey
about the
on?"
Cardinals.
Cardinals
You know?
fans don't care about the Cardinals.
Exactly.
I
So
miss
it's just
Larry
like-
Fitzgerald.
Big ass.
He was at a congressional hearing.
I saw that. He was
That was
behind.
kinda
Somebody
weird.
was speaking and he was
What were
chilling.
they having congressional hearings about
Well,
people with big asses?
Even Fitz
Was J Lo there too?
What nice? What was that about?
Kim K.
Probably receiving some things.
Nice.
Nice.
He was awesome.
Bang me, please. I need to be banged.
Not when you ask for it.
Well, typically when I
thirsty.
ask for it, I get it.
A bang is something bestowed upon you. You can't beg for it, otherwise you're
Nick
just
does not
desperate.
consent to your bang.
It's true.
Furl says if the Seahawks draft EJ, I will buy a jersey immediately.
See, it's all about, look, my generation is not about buying jerseys of guys who are cool. My generation is into buying jerseys about guys who are niche. You want to buy niche jerseys because you're like, oh my God, that's cool.
but it won't
You know?
be niche around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I go back home and I have a Johnson 21 Arizona Cardinals jersey on, they go, what the hell is that?
The bullies
your
of the mean
ass.
streets of Skokie who are all wearing their, Caleb
Bears.
Williams stuff are going to
Dick
beat the
butt
crap
kiss.
out of you.
No,
Yeah.
they'll,
Saying,
A man
you
in a
turned
Dick
on
butt
us.
kiss
You
jersey
turned
seems-
on us, you turncoat.
Yeah.
dude, every time I wear my Dexter Fowler jersey to a Cubs game, people are like, that's sick. That's cool. Because he was like the sixth best player on the Cubs in 2016.
But that's a Cubs jersey.
yeah.
See, I
In
think
Chicago.
It's niche in Chicago. Yeah, I think maybe you're missing your generation.
But do you think I could wear a Emmett Johnson Cardinals jersey to a Nebraska Cornhusker game and people would go, that's cool? Because I'm supporting the team, right? Because it's Emmett Johnson.
Sure. I mean, they probably be like, that's weird.
Well, they
Yeah.
probably
Oh my
wouldn't
God.
notice off the rip because it's the same colors as the Huskers anyway.
That's
Yeah.
a good point.
Hey, is that
Yeah,
an
it's the
off-brand
same
Nebraska
red.
jersey?
Hey, why do you
not.
have
Hey, that's a
Stop,
cool
we're
looking
joking.
Husker jersey. No, it's
Right.
actually
Did you
the
go to
Cardinals.
Walmart?
There were, I went to the Dick's Sporting Goods at West Road Mall.
West Road Mall.
West
Roads
Mall. Wow, I
West Roads,
screwed it up
sorry.
You
too.
can just say West Roads.
West
okay,
Roads.
thanks, Nick. West Roads. They had Dylan Raiola gear for like 50% off.
Oh, I think you're going to say Dylan Raiola Oregon gear.
50%
It
off?
was
Only 50%
See,
off?
and
That stuff should have been like at
You'd
least
have to pay
75.
me.
we were at Shields the other day and they had the number 1 jerseys without the name on it, and they were still charging full price for those jerseys.
Number one.
who's number
Sierra
one?
Wright.
Jamari Butler?
No, it's Sierra
Well,
Wright,
but that's
wasn't it?
just a generic. Usually,
That was
because
2
it
years
used to
ago
be
as well.
back before the days of NIL. Remember when Nebraska would only sell jerseys with the number 1?
and,
and the year.
Yeah.
So 19 for 2019.
Not when I was growing up. When I was growing up, first jersey I ever got was an Amon Green jersey, but it was just number 30. It didn't say anything on the back. And then after that, I
What
think
was
the
the
next one was number
worst
7.
year to buy the year jersey for Nebraska? football?
2002.
Okay.
Because they had the
I have one of
goofy ass
those at home.
piping.
I have one of those.
No,
at home.
I meant like you
Did
buy
you
the
say the number?
2014 jersey and number 14 was just
Yeah.
like terrible. Or like, you buy
Oh.
the
It did. They
Yeah,
didn't
by
do
the
it very
2000
long. Basically,
know?
it was when Sam Keller sued until NIL. So that was only like a 10-year period. It really didn't last as long as, because when I was growing up, you could get jerseys of any of your favorite players. Basically they always had the quarterback, and if the running back was good, you could get a running back jersey too. And I think
Never-
they sold number 93 jerseys in 09.
I never bought college jerseys growing up.
Yeah.
No pro.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a pro.
Yeah,
school.
why
Well,
do you
sure,
want a
why would you?
Northwestern jersey?
Yeah. No one
on
wants a
Jersey Day,
Northwestern
there's this
jersey.
one kid, he always had a Clemson jersey. That was pretty cool.
Bandwagon.
Well, it was like
Right, Deshaun
2000,
Watson.
Well, I guess it was
Problematic.
bandwagon.
Yikes.
Because I forget my childhood is 2017.
I was going to say, yeah, it's not that long ago.
No.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
It's very recently.
I'm still in the thick of it.
He's still a child.
Connor told me, he goes, "You're just a baby boy." I go, "Great."
Yeah. I mean, LeBron, when he retires, that is certainly a moment of my childhood that will go away. The first ever Sports Illustrated cover that I got as a subscriber of Sports Illustrated had LeBron as a junior in high school on the cover.
Mm.
See, I think
March
the,
of 02.
the marking
Wow.
of the
Maybe
end
February of
of
02.
your childhood
Is that
era
worth
of
anything?
sports is
Maybe.
when the guys who you don't remember getting drafted start retiring. I don't remember Drew Brees or Tom Brady or Phillip Rivers ever getting drafted. I was too young to remember them.
Mm.
So
I just was born and they were there.
wait, you said that is what marks the end?
that's what marks the ending of your childhood sports era. in my
Okay, so
opinion.
yeah, I'm totally past that.
When a majority of the players that you remember watching but you don't remember getting drafted, when they start retiring.
Every player that is in
Like, I had-
professional sports,
okay, you
if
guys
I
are-
watch it, I remember when they got drafted.
Here's me dating myself. I had to be told Drew Brees was a Charger.
Second rounder.
Yes, he was.
Mike Vick drafted.
I didn't even know that.
I had to be told. I was like, hey, by the way, the guy in the New Orleans Saints,
It was either the last or the second to last game of the season in 2005. He dove for a touchdown and he got hit and separated his shoulder.
Ooh.
And they already had Phillip Rivers on the roster, so they released him. And this is when Nick Saban was with
He almost
Dolphins.
went to Miami.
almost went to Miami, and the trainer was like, "No, we can't prove this. And so then he went to the Saints and became like the most ballyhooed quarterback, set all sorts of records.
Won a Super Bowl.
Won a
Set
Super Bowl.
all
And it
the
changed
records.
everything because Saban may not have gone back to the college.
Yeah.
Then
What
my
a moment in time.
annoying ass friend John growing up suddenly went from the Tom Brady bandwagon to a Drew Brees bandwagon for
That's
a
a
year.
terrible decision.
I love Drew Brees. You loved Tom Brady a year ago. What are you doing, John?
Yeah, really get it out there. Really, you tell him.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
It was just confusing.
Kyle wants to
Such
know.
a weird pivot.
He wonders what the Hammond Bears jerseys will look like.
Oh, great question.
Mm-hmm.
I hope
Instead
they
of
do like.
GSH, it'll say Hammond.
Well, I hope.
There was a
I-
caucus
Ham.
meeting.
I hope they will. I hope they'll do like the Cardinals do. You know, the Cardinals have put the Arizona flag on their uniforms. I hope the Indiana flag.
What is the Indiana flag?
I don't know. It's probably
Put
just
Mike
some
Pence's face on the
generic.
jersey.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, that's actually a pretty
That
good
would look
looking
pretty
flag.
cool.
That would look good on a Bears uniform.
At this point, I don't care. It's just all the Illinois lawmakers are going to look like ass hats. And if it were, I'm going to tell you, whoa, what?
Ooh, ass, and then the next word starting with an H. I mean,
I
it
got
just-
a little.
Yeah.
I got a little look.
Touch the button.
I'm right.
Ass house.
Here's the funny thing.
Ass
I've
Harbaugh.
known for my entire life that the Illinois lawmakers have been idiots. I'm finally happy everybody across the country is finding out.
You're still in Chicago. Chill out.
Yeah,
For now.
For now.
Yeah, you'll be fine. By the way,
At this point, I'm just learning to not get mad about it. Why would I get mad about what a bunch of idiots are
there you
doing?
go.
I'm not
D'Lo,
mad
by
about
the way, points out you were asking the jersey question, Nebraska jerseys. He says in 2021, number 21 was Noah Pola Gates. Do you remember that name?
Noah
What a
Pola
pull!
Gates.
Nice job by you, D'Lo. That guy was supposed to be good. He was a 4-star.
There you go. That's the jersey you can get.
He was.
I mean,
not
pretty
good.
much
do
everybody.
like
You can
guys
pretty
who
much
with
name
3 names.
everybody. Oh, that guy was supposed to be good. Anyway.
Yeah.
Omar Manning? Who could forget?
John and I.
By the way, I just saw your life flash before your eyes.
I don't remember exactly what John and I did with him, but I think we got to a point where we basically banned discussing him
Yeah.
because we were so annoyed at all of the talk. You know, Omar could really be the guy this year. And guess what? He never was the guy.
That year
Isn't
or
it-
any other.
Isn't it awesome if you lined up Omar Manning next to Barrett Liebentritt and you ask yourself,
Wow, that's a name. I
who
thought of.
got more receptions this season?
Is the answer Barrett?
Well, that's him.
Omar did have the nice touchdown against Oklahoma in Norman.
Barrett was the one that Casey threw the final interception of the Northwestern game to. Was it-
Oh, when it went off his hand.
and it went off his hands, and that was a big conversation of like, why is that guy in the game? Why are you in year 4 of Scott Frost, or was it year
5?
5? Year 5 of Scott Frost, and you got a non-4 5-star catching the ball. Why is he there? This guy should be running the route. That was the
Let's
conversation.
test my theory. Let's just go through the 2000. I just picked a random year, 2009 recruiting class, and I'll just name the recruits, and you
First
tell me.
full bow class.
Tell me if you think that the consensus opinion, or at least it felt like the consensus opinion was, oh yeah, he's going to be good.
Okay, perfect.
Here we go. Jason Ankra,
He was supposed to be good. He was a 4-star out of Maryland, if I remember right.
Nick Ash,
Don't recall him. Don't think he was supposed to be good.
Robert Barry,
Don't recall a thing about that man.
Rex Burkhead,
Oh, he was supposed to be great, and he was. Remember the story about him? Eckler had to hit a half-court shot at a high school basketball game. He did, and he was
Yeah.
like, now you got to commit to me. True story.
Brandon Chopik,
Nope.
Jesse Coffey,
Nope.
Taylor Dixon,
Nope.
Andrew Green,
Oh, yeah.
Cody Green.
He was supposed to be the future.
I don't remember Mitch Hron of Schuyler, Nebraska. He was a
Maybe.
fullback.
Sounds like a Western Nebraskan to me.
Seth Jameson.
Nope.
Dwight Jones.
Nope.
Ron Kellogg III.
No, I don't think. I mean, he was just kind of a.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know RK3?
No, I know who. I remember him. He threw a Hail Mary one time.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was
Yeah,
supposed to be anything.
He did throw a Hail Mary one time.
Yes, he did. JT Kerr.
JT Kerr. Was he a Nebraskan?
He was from San Diego.
JT Kerr.
I don't
That's
remember
in
him.
California.
I don't really recall him.
Ty Kildo.
I remember the name, but I don't think he was supposed to be very good.
Jake Long.
Nope.
Spencer Long.
No, he was a walk-on, and
That's
he
right.
became an All-American.
PJ Mangieri. The old long snapper.
Oh, man. Wow, the first bow class sucked.
Eric Martin.
I do remember people being excited
Yeah.
for Eric Martin.
Tater Martinez.
No, nobody even thought about that guy.
Lazari Middleton.
Yes. I love Lazari Middleton. He's a cornerback. Was he
Yep.
out of California?
Yep.
Dude, his photo, he looked like a badass. I was like, that guy's going to be good.
I can't wait to do this in 10 years with
It'll be fun.
Rules 2023 class. Oh, Cam Lenhart. I thought he was going to be it, man.
Hey, after the Colorado game. I did too.
Broderick Nickens.
Mm.
I think
Devin
Cam still
Paulson.
got it.
Cole Pensick, Brett Cavalli,
I remember that guy.
Thaddeus Randall.
Thaddeus Randall. This is including walk-ons.
Yeah, it is. It's just
Not just scholarship guys.
Jeremiah Searles,
I think he was supposed to be good. He was a four-star.
Dijon Washington,
Yes.
Dijon
Yes,
Gomes,
Dijon.
spelled differently.
Wait. You had 2 condiments on the
So
2009.
Dijon was D-I, and then it was Dijon Gomes.
Dijon
and he was
Gomes,
D-E.
D-E.
And the first time I met him, I called him Dijon, and Niles Paul made fun of me and said his name is DJ. And I was like, my bad. And so he's DJ Gomes. He rocked. He came from San Francisco City College.
Don Travius Robinson.
Running back?
Yep.
Wow. My youth.
Good for you for remembering.
Man,
some.
I was just but a young spry boy. I was 20 years old when they signed that class. I was
Were you
so
in
into-
media yet?
I had a Beatles show on KRNU at the time, and I probably had a blog.
We need to find Josh Peterson's old blogs.
I think I might have shut
Oh
it
my
down.
God.
I think I might have shut it down.
I think there's a lot of old Matt McMaster high school stuff.
Yeah.
What if you find out that you've been paying for that domain this whole time?
That would be a tough look. That would be a tough
It'd
look.
probably be very expensive as well.
Domains aren't that expensive.
But if you're paying for it over that period of time,
and interest.
Yeah.
It's probably
You know.
$20, and it's what 17 years, so it'd probably be 340, and then you add in interest.
mine was like when I made my Wix site for my job, it was like $20 a month to
Mm.
do it. Well, it's free, and then if you want extra space,
I had a domain through Google for a bit, and it was like $20 a year.
a year.
Yeah, it was a great deal.
What a deal!
Alex in Lincoln says RK3 tore young Matt's heart out.
Yeah.
How old were you for that one? Like 8?
No, it was
6?
2013, so I was 11 years old.
Wow.
I might be the only person
Tore
here.
my heart out too.
I
by
think
way.
the only person here in Nebraska media who doesn't like that catch.
No handshake meme.
Why don't you like that catch?
I thought they were going to fire him if they lost that
Oh,
game.
okay.
Josh was already rooting against the Huskers.
Wow,
so
a
that he
young
can be
spry
right.
chicken at 24 already being like, Nebraska's going to hire this guy, Scott Frost, and I'm just going to hate him.
I remember
all the
where I
way to the
watched
bank."
that. I was at the Chicago O'Hare Hilton. I should go look at the date. I was Kugler spotter at some spot for the Big Ten Network, and I watched the end of that game on a crappy illegal video stream in the hotel because they did not have BTN. And
So classic. I mean, you're literally minutes from Big Ten headquarters.
I know,
and
and I
the
had to
hotel
watch it on
Doesn't have BTN.
on one of those streaming websites.
Ah,
Different time, and I was like, "Oh no!"
I was
I think you could have just walked into BTN headquarters and be like, "Hey, can I
I was
just
close enough.
can
It was like, wow, never thought I'd see the day where Northwestern beats Nebraska.
They had just done it 2 years
Yeah,
earlier.
exactly.
But he was like, he was more so like he still was in shock. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a man who grew up with Nebraska being a superpower. My dad was born in 1962. All he ever known was Nebraska being great, and he still was like, this is still. It doesn't matter that it happened in 2011. He was still like,
okay.
this is crazy.
All right, so it
And then that
was
happened.
it was November 2nd, 2013. Let's see if I can figure out where I was. Ohio State beat Purdue 56-0 that day. That might be actually the game.
Oh.
Michigan State beat Michigan 29-6. It wasn't there. I've never been to East Lansing. Minnesota
East
beat
Lansing
Iowa
pretty good.
28-9. It wasn't there. Illinois beat Penn State. It wasn't there. It was either that or it was Minnesota Indiana 42-39. Indiana dropped to 3-5 on the year.
Wow. So it
And
was
I drove
November-
to O'Hare.
So it was November 2nd, 2013. 3 years later, November 2nd was the greatest day in Chicago sports history.
Wow.
So Northwestern lost so that the Cubs could win 3
Yeah.
years later.
Sure.
Thanks, Northwestern.
I think I
And
was
thanks,
in-
RK3.
I think I was at Purdue. I think I might have a photo. There it is. November 2nd, 2013. The best damn band in the land playing. They had
At Purdue?
At Purdue. Yeah, they showed up and played. They had a big T-Rex.
Wow.
Look at that. I still have it
look
on my
how crooked
phone.
those lines are.
No, it looks great. Good job by you, Ohio State.
Those are crooked lines. Look at all this
Look at that.
squigglies.
Look how cool that is.
Westerkamp breaking the heart of his hometown team.
Let's see. Oh, what's his name?
Most people from Chicago don't even realize Northwestern's
Look
in
at that.
that area.
Archie Griffin showed up in the booth. I don't know who.
That's
it was the Minnesota Glenn Mason.
Oh, Glenn Mason.
That guy had a potty mouth.
Wasn't Westerkamp?
Did he?
So funny.
Westerkamp was a Simeon guy, right?
I
went to high
don't
school with Simi.
remember.
Jordan Westerkamp. That's a high school, is what you're
I'm
saying?
guessing a
That's
lot of kids that
the-
grew up in Chicago are like, man, I can't wait to play football at Northwestern.
Montini.
Oh, you went to shoot.
Montini Catholic.
Yeah, so Montini Catholic is legit.
Yeah.
They're very, very
Lombard, Illinois.
It's a
Lombard.
Lombard.
Lombard after.
Montini's a wrestling school. They are like,
Is it?
They are.
Is that where Hulk Hogan went?
No, Terry did not go to Montini Catholic. You gonna watch that docu-series?
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's what Odson isn't. Isn't that crazy?
How many N words are used in that
My
docuseries?
God.
It's a good question.
It's a fair
It's not a
question.
good
He-
question.
Yes, it is.
No,
What
it's
about
not.
unconsenting sex tapes? How many of those are in there?
Well, they better not show that because
What do
then
you mean?
they'll get sued.
It was consenting. That was the problem.
The recording
I
wasn't
want
Yeah.
there
consenting.
to be
It
a
was the recording that
segment
wasn't.
where they go through all of the
N-words.
lies Hulk Hogan has ever told. That would be a great.
I will be
part.
curious to see how they handle
Hulk Hogan one
The
time
N-word.
his
claimed.
backstage manipulation.
Well, I need a Jesse Ventura on this docu-series.
I don't know if he'll be on.
I need him to. I was down in the Baja and I got a call from Vince, and he told
This
me
is a terrible Jesse
that
Ventura.
Hulk.
All right, I think it's time. We have Farron coming
Yeah,
up.
we do
so I
have
think
Farron
it's a
coming up.
great time for an off ramp.
See you guys. This was great.
The crossover.
This crossover turned around. Good job by you, Matt.
Well, I stopped talking. That's
no,
why.
you just stopped talking about baseball trades.
I think Jordan is about to be up at bat.
Cool.
A crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yeah. Here we go. Wednesday. Dumb Debates Day.
And multiple guests.
Yeah, it's basically like Tuesday dropped in and decided to squat on Wednesday.
With a Brett McMurphy in the middle.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Now, are we sure about Sipple? I don't know because he only likes to text you now, apparently.
Well, that's because I'm really, really cool, Nick. He texted me this morning at 5:53. Absolutely. That was in response to my text from yesterday. 4:30 tomorrow? Question mark. So,
the hell was he doing between
I don't know.
4 o'clock yesterday?
Right?
And
I don't know. He doesn't do a Wednesday call. I mean, prep, lots of radio prep.
Maybe he went to bed.
You know, maybe he went to bed. It was 4:30.
It might have been ribs night at Old Country Buffet or
Ribs.
Golden Corral.
I had ribs for lunch.
Are there still Old
That's
Country
why I'm
buffets, by the way, around?
I don't believe so.
They're not here anymore, but Old Country Buffet.
I don't believe so.
I have an opinion.
What?
Oh, it's
Golden
permanently
Corral was
closed.
pretty good.
Those are still around.
They are.
Yeah.
I like Golden Corral.
So it is
I
pretty
mean,
good.
I'll admit
Golden Corral
Oh my God, he admitted it.
can. I mean, it can do in a pinch. Absolutely.
I mean,
though I would say
it
this.
is legally food.
I would say this. Better for breakfast than for the other meals.
I did go to Golden Corral breakfast back.
Mostly
in the day.
because it's hard to screw up a breakfast buffet.
it really
Unless
is.
you're like using powdered eggs or something.
Ugh. Yeah, that's true.
But it's kind of hard to screw up a breakfast buffet.
I remember one time I went to Golden Corral and I ordered a steak, and it was among the worst steaks I've had in my entire life. But I also had the breakfast pretty good.
Oh, you
Find you a
ordered-
man that can
Wait,
do
wait,
both.
wait.
You
You-
ordered at
you-
Golden Corral?
yeah.
Well, I went up to the thing and I just medium rare, is what I said. Yeah, so I didn't order it, but I asked for it while they were already cooking them, and I said, I'll take one of those.
Oh, they were doing steak on the buffet?
yeah.
They do
Oh.
that sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, do they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like a Sunday. We would go, our Golden Corral day was often after church on Sundays.
Nice.
We'd like strong arm our parents into going. And as a kid, I was always like, why do they not really want to go here? And then I grew
Yeah.
up and I was like, I get it now.
I understandably probably. I think most people haven't really gone to buffets since, COVID happened.
The vid.
But I miss
Thanks a lot, China.
I miss a good Chinese buffet, actually. Chinese buffets were my favorite
Maybe
thing in
that's
the
the
world.
gift. Maybe that was the thing. The Chinese created COVID because they were losing money at the Chinese buffets.
Chinese buffets were awesome because
But
you could get
buffets are gone now. They canceled them.
That's what I'm saying. They were losing money on it. So we got to create something that gets people to stop doing buffets anymore.
Oh, wow.
And that's why they created COVID.
Oh, they were losing money, so they just
Yeah.
wanted normal sit-down restaurants.
Yep.
Okay, I was very confused.
But Chinese buffets were the only place I could find like that teriyaki chicken thing on the skewer that was like pink for some reason. It was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looked like beef jerky.
Exactly. Or you can get like one of those weird tiny pizzas if you want.
Jimmy's taking exception with my. It's hard to screw up a breakfast buffet, saying many motels can prove you wrong. If you're talking about like, how like the Holiday Inn Expresses and the Hampton Inns.
Oh, it always has like a waffle maker.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
not
a
talking
bunch
about those
of,
buffets.
You're talking about ones
I'm
with
talking-
eggs and bacon.
I'm talking about places like Golden Corral.
Yeah.
Shoney's used to be a big deal.
Yeah.
In fact, I was driving on the interstate the other day, and you know how sometimes the billboards they get so worn and they haven't been replaced that like old advertising starts to show through.
Is
And
there one for a breakfast
there was one
buffet?
for Shoney's.
That's funny.
Because I believe there was a Shoney's just off of 80 and 72nd, or maybe
Okay.
it was 84th. I don't remember.
Hmm.
But yeah, Shoney's used to be like the go-to breakfast buffet. I'm talking about those types of places.
Yeah, again, not restaurant one or not hotel one.
Now that said, some of those hotel buffets can be pretty decent.
Yeah.
The waffles actually are pretty good.
The waffle, I think, is always a good choice. The hard part is at a bigger hotel that is just trying to get it done in a pinch, the eggs can just be that really rubbery, like school lunch type garbage, that or school breakfast. But the clutch thing is if you go anywhere that has an omelet bar, that is always the way to go. When I went to Mexico a few years ago, every morning I went to the omelet bar because it was freshly cracked.
So you wouldn't go see the Mayan ruins, but you'd go to the omelet station.
Absolutely. Every day. That's what I did.
Wow. Can you believe this, Nick?
I can't.
Spend all that money on the hotel where I could drink and eat for free, or spend hundreds of dollars to sit in a van for 4 hours.
Well, then why didn't you just get a hotel like in Shadron?
I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, why? Because if you weren't going to bother to go and see all the neat stuff, you should have just.
I did see all the stuff. It was called the beach and the pool.
No,
and
I bet
my book.
If you were,
I'm sure there's a Motel 6 near Lynoma Beach. You just go there.
The breakfast buffet not as good
Josh,
as what they had in
if
Mexico.
you were staying at a hotel about 4 hours from Dallas, would you not drive to Dallas to see the place?
Yeah,
the repository.
Actually, yes. Yeah, 4 hours.
Yeah. Would you not go to see where JFK was shot?
Yes, I would.
Did you call it the repository?
Book depository.
The book repository.
You are correct, Nick. If I was 4 hours from Dallas, I would not go to Dallas. You would, if you were in Oklahoma City, which is where I was a month ago.
It's only 4 hours,
and then 4 hours back, so it's 8 hours round trip.
Stay the night.
It sounds like the dumbest crap. That
Yeah,
I've
why
ever
wouldn't?
heard.
Why would anyone staying within 2 hours of Oklahoma City not go and see the bombing memorial while wearing their Husker basketball gear?
A lot of Husker fans here. GBR. I don't know if
places Nebraska fans have taken over in the past: Notre Dame Stadium, Kansas State Stadium, Colorado Stadium, the Oklahoma City bombing memorial.
The biggest bummer of you not being on that trip was you missed out on a lot of jokes that we all made together.
Nebraska fans travel well.
We talked about that a lot. We were imagining where they would go in Houston. We were trying to figure out all the places to go. Oh no, what if Nebraska ever goes to a regional in New York City? Those type. We had a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I still cannot believe all that. A lot of Husker fans at church today.
Here's Adam joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I didn't mean to get into weird Golden Corral stuff, but here we are.
Hello, Adam.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Hey, just about 15 years ago, I was part of the military and was at a training site, and the chow hall was closed. So for 15 days, breakfast, lunch, and dinner was at Golden Corral.
Whoa.
Every day.
Whoa.
Dude, I can't, to this day, I can't do fast or Golden Corral anymore, man. It's the smell, the sights, just grosses me out.
Understandable. When you go there that many days in a row, it's understandable.
So the chow hall was closed. Did you get reimbursed for it? Or did you have to pay for it?
No, it was already paid for us. They just contracted out. They vanned us out there from the base, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh, I mean, now you said you can't do a Golden Corral anymore. Are there just certain foods you can't eat anymore because of the experience?
No, I'm a pretty healthy eater. I'll eat whatever.
Okay.
Casino food's good. I was at Vegas a couple years ago, hit the casinos, but just Golden Corral, never again. It's permanently off the list.
I understand. Totally understand. I mean, to this day, got sick on Halloween from Long John Silver's. Haven't had it since.
I like the idea of the manager of that Golden Corral being like, all right, everybody, we got this huge contract. We're catering. It's like, oh, who is it? Is it a prom? No. A wedding? No. It's the U.S. military.
What are the little, it's like a candy type thing, but it was like waffles. Like it looked like waffles and like waffle bars. I had those and I got sick. Gosh, I'm trying to remember what they're called.
Wafers?
The only
vanilla wafers?
Yeah, it was something like that, but it had like the X's all over it, like that.
I mean, Nutter Butters have those.
No, it wasn't Nutter Butter. It was one, oh man, I can't remember what it was, but I ate those and I got sick and I vomited and literally never again because of young 10-year-old me had it and puked everywhere.
The Grum Down.
Oh, yeah.
Nebraska ball gets a rude welcome to the hog.
Oh, come to the hog.
We'll see y'all at the hog.
Well, they saw him all right.
Yeah, they saw him.
Sad.
Mike Farron will be joining us in a few moments. The analysts say combining the TV rights would make billions.
Billions of dollars.
Billions.
I love money.
Brett McMurphy
Nice get, Nick.
of On3 will join us.
Nice.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online will be along.
Allegedly.
Nice get me.
Concussion. How long will Wemby be out?
Oh, man, this is not
Concussion.
good. Is that the Law and Order? Bum, bum. Is that what you're doing there?
Kind of, well,
Yeah.
not really, but
Concussed. Nice.
let's go straight to the depths of hell. Mets.
Wow. They did it again.
They did do it again.
Ball knower Josh nailed it. What will I pick later today?
It's fun that the last 3 years we've had a team. You know, it was the White Sox a couple of years ago, then it was the Rockies, and now it's the
Yeah,
Mets.
you made a fun little graphic for them. Last year you did the Rockies or Rock Bottom.
Rockies bottom.
What was
Ooh,
the
I
one?
could.
What was the one for
Yeah.
the White Sox a couple
Don't
years
remember
ago?
what the White Sox one was.
Well, we
Yeah.
just
White
kept
Sox?
track. We just kept track and played their
White
song.
Sox. Yeah, that's a good call.
I mean, we could.
What
I mean,
about the frets?
tell you what,
Meet
if the
the
Mets are
Frets.
still losing, well,
if it's a Baker's
the Mets
dozen,
aren't going to set a record for most losses in a season. I mean, the Rockies and the White Sox were legitimately threatening that.
Yeah.
The Mets aren't going to do that.
What's the longest losing streak record? They have to be close to that, right?
26 games. Okay, now that was in the 1800s. I need to find one that's
The
in the modern era.
modern era since 2000 1900,
It's the Phillies.
the
in
61 Phillies.
Oh, that makes
23.
sense.
God, they sucked, man.
There we go. The road to 23.
The
Their
road-
season record was 47 and 107. They were garbage.
That's bad.
By the way, so the Louisville Colonels, 26 in a row in 1889. They finished 27 and 111.
yeah,
Wow.
they were
Yikes.
bad.
Bad.
The Royals are getting a Newcastle in
Oh,
KC.
that's so exciting.
And it's Dumb Debates Day.
Let's frickin' go.
Send us your dumb debates into the JTech. Gosh dang it.
Wow.
Liquid Trucking. It's but they were here for 2 years. It's hard to get it out of my head.
But you're like, you're hurting our great new
No.
sponsor. Every time you say it wrong, he hops in here and just yells, John.
He's going to get it tattooed on your forehead.
I
John.
think so. We need
What
to,
good is that gonna do? I'm not doing the show in a mirror.
I think, John, you need to start paying them money. You need to give Liquid Trucking $1 for every misspeak.
Oh, let's bring back the quarter jar.
Maybe $100, honestly.
Did we ever spend that money? by the way?
No, it's in Nick's office.
Yeah,
Oh.
I took out what I put in.
All right, bring
but
the quarter
rest
jar
is your
back.
guys. I can
Bring
bring
the
it
quarter
back.
jar back. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed
Yep.
at USC 1620 and the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. That's going to be another one. If old man Doug decides to
What is
retire
happening? What did you do?
and just stop banking,
Yeah.
You take it personally.
What if the 3-pointer changes for Creighton?
Oh no.
That's like built into your brain.
that
now,
is too, man. I'm screwed.
What if it changes for Creighton, but it's another sponsor with a number in the title or
For-
number in the name?
For rounded edges credit union. 3-pointer.
That's four rounded edges credit union.
Points, you know? You figure out what I did
Four
there?
rounded
Yeah.
edges.
It would be a problem for you, John.
Hey,
It'd be
look,
a-
our logo is a rectangular circle. We're four rounded edges. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Mike Farron joins us next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
those circuses on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stib.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Suck.
I'm 100 miles south of Durham, North Carolina as we speak, and I really have to pee.
How are there no bathrooms there?
I have just gone through so many small towns that places in western Iowa would, that really doesn't exist.
Wow, that's stunning to me. That, in the middle of civilized culture, that you can't even find a decent restroom.
I just drove through a town called Tar Heel, North Carolina, and I was following a hog hauler for a while, and it must be a farm or something around here until I saw. We went by a plant that said livestock drop-off, and I was like, oh well.
Well,
famous discount chops or not, but
famously they take the hogs from the farm to the processor, and that's how the meat gets made.
You don't say, John. You don't say.
Yeah,
Mike, are you going to Myrtle Beach? Right, that's where you're going to head to.
No, I'm leaving Myrtle Beach on my way to. I'll be there tomorrow night for North Carolina.
I
too.
see. You're driving north right now. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out.
North. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm in the. I'm approaching Fayetteville, North Carolina. I think.
Nice.
At least according to this map.
Yeah.
The New York Metropolitans have become the 139th team to suffer a losing streak of 12 or more games in a season. The previous 138 did not make the playoffs.
Too early to tell.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Phillies have dropped 7 in a row. Who would you rather be right now, the Mets or the Phillies? Projecting ahead, of course.
Well, first of all, let me just say I wish Michael Severe were still alive to see this.
Oh, we explained it to him 2 days ago when it was only an 11-game losing streak, and he was not impressed.
No, he was not.
He doesn't care. Well, at least he claims he doesn't care anymore. I think he's secretly been watching the Mets every day for 3 years since he gave up on baseball. Who would I rather be right now? Can I pass on that? I think I would rather be the Phillies just because they're going to get Zach Wheeler back. Their stars are actually performing well, and Harper and Schwarber have both been pretty good. I think that lineup will come around to some degree. The Mets thing is just a mess because it's like, first of all, I think there's a number of players that are underperforming, right, who are going to get back closer to their baseball. So I think there are better days ahead, and they're going to get Juan Soto back in the lineup tonight. But there are fewer names that give you a lot of for that bullpen. Even knowing that Devin Williams has been an all-star pitcher, there are a lot of moments where he struggles to find the strike zone because his stuff just moves so much. And he's going through one of those right now, and that doesn't necessarily make you feel good when you're in a tight game late. And I don't think Williams is enjoying it that much right now. Their starters have been a mess, and I think that was one of the question marks. I think they're a better offensive team than they've shown right now. I mean, they've been the worst offense in the league. So, I think that there's better days ahead, but I just feel like the Phillies are closer to it. That said, I don't love the position that either of them are in. You can't win the pennant in April, but you can certainly lose it. And to your point, listen, nobody who's ever had a 12-game streak has made the postseason. Of course, we've only had
4 years of 40% of the league
Right.
making the playoffs. So this could make things a little bit different because the bar to get in is so much lower. But you're starting to get to territory where you got to win some games like now. And it's not a comfortable position to be in for sure.
Kind of like you right now, Mike, because you have to go to the bathroom, not a comfortable position to.
That is true. And as long as you're not talking about waterfalls, I think we're good.
All right. Well, I'll do my best not to do that.
Oh, we should ask a lot of Mariners questions.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Speaking of the Mets, speaking of the Phillies, I was reading Ken Rosenthal yesterday, and he wrote about those two teams and their managers, plus Houston and Espada, and he said basically, I just don't trust that they won't be fired. Like, I don't want to ask you to predict if any of them will, but like how high should our radar be for an early season or mid-season decision if things continue to struggle for one of those three teams?
Yeah, I don't know that there's. I mean, like, especially Dave Dombrowski yesterday in Chicago said that it wasn't even something they were discussing when it came to Rob Thompson in Philadelphia. You know, Carlos Mendoza's getting messages of support from the owner, who is the guy who makes that decision, I think, over the general manager if he had just had enough there. I think in Houston's case, it's natural to have it come about. But and really in all three of these spots, because all of those managers are in the last year of their deals and they're off to slow start. So I think that's where a lot of this discussion comes from. Last year, we had a couple of early managerial firings. It had been a long time since we had that. I'm not going to guess that this is the year that continues the trend. I don't really feel like they're on the hot seat because I don't think that for any of those spots it's the manager's fault. Houston has 16 players on the injured list right now, including their starting shortstop and their starting center fielder and like their two top starting pitchers and their best reliever. So, like, is that Joe Espada's fault? I mean, that's ludicrous to think. Like, I mean, listen, I realize that billionaires don't always make rational decisions, and Jim Crane certainly has injected into more decision-making with Houston over his tenure as their ownership. But come on, that feels like patently unfair. You know, I don't think it's Carlos Buso's fault that the Mets, who were chasing run prevention and played a whole lot of guys out of position in an effort to do it, which, yes, is as crazy as it sounds, are supposed to start defensively, offensively, all over the place. That's not his fault. And Rob Thompson, when he came in as manager of the Phillies, turned that entire team around. Remember how bad they were under Joe Girardi?
Yep.
So, like, I just don't see it as being something that is likely, especially 20 games into the season. Now, let's get to, let's say, around Memorial Day, and let's see where things stand. Because if things are not good in those spots, then I think you can start hearing some rumblings because they'll be looking to change anything. But generally speaking, the pitching coach or the hitting coach gets let go first, and I would think that that's much more likely in those spots, even though the Mets have a brand new staff, so I don't know that that's going to happen there. I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think it's likely in those spots. And also, I don't think it really changes anything. Very rarely does managerial change all of a sudden lead to a change in fortunes. The Phillies were a rare example of that.
Mike Farron joining us from SiriusXM MLB Radio. The NL Central off to a great start. Everybody's over 500 now. The Cardinals and Reds did lose today, but everyone in the division is at least 3 games over 500. Yet, when I look at the odds to win the World Series, the Cubs are still only 7th on the overall list. The Brewers and the Pirates are still behind the Mets and the Phillies, the two teams we just talked about. How much of what we're seeing so far in this division, and we had a chart yesterday, Mike, you weren't here, but showing, effectiveness from both a pitching and a hitting standpoint. And the Reds were actually in the negative territory in both categories, yet they're leading this division. How much of this division's success right now is smoke and mirrors?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know that all of it is. I mean, I think the Cubs and Brewers are both still pretty good teams. I think Pittsburgh's offense has been a little friskier than we anticipated at this point. But, I don't think that they're, 3 games over 500? I mean, that feels like it's about right. Their pitching's been terrific, and I think we all thought their pitching was going to be terrific. So it was just a question of whether or not they could support it with enough offense, and so far they have. So no, I think Pittsburgh is real enough and that they can stick around the race. The Cardinals are not good enough to win. Like they're just it's going to fall apart. They walk too many guys. They don't strike out enough. Their offense is pretty inconsistent, I think, up and down the lineup. And for the Reds, that's the one that's really interesting to me because we spent a long time talking about them this morning. You're exactly what you mentioned, John, in that like this offense hasn't been particularly good, and their starters have been kind of mid, and their bullpen has succeeded despite the fact that their like strikeout minus walk percentage numbers are atrocious. And that's not something that generally leads to future success. So the Reds are the one I have the question on because I feel like that's a team that should be competitive, but their offense is basically being carried by a rookie who's off to a tremendous start, and Ellie De La Cruz, who might be able to carry them for the full year. And then there's a lot of guys who are performing poorly. I mean, they optioned their starting right fielder to the minor leagues after 12 games. Matt McClain has never really come back from the shoulder surgery that he had, and has been 20, close to 30% worse than the league average offense performer this year. Like that's a real problem. So, and Gino Suarez hasn't been good for them either. So, I would say if I were ranking them, I think the Cubs and Brewers are real. The Pirates are real-ish. And then, like, the Reds are not as good as what they've shown right now. And the Cardinals are the lady standing up on the plane saying that they are not real.
I love that analogy.
Mike,
I'm going to think about that forever.
Thank you.
Mike, what are you expecting from Cam Schlittler on the mound tomorrow against the Red Sox?
I mean, I think he's going to pitch really well because he pitches really well. I mean, I think I don't know that I would go anything further than that. I realize that everybody wants to make a bigger deal of it because he's a New England guy and he pitched at Northeastern and he's still hearing it from Red Sox fans online and all of it. Like, I just think that guy's stuff is unbelievable. Like, he's been a very good big league pitcher so far. So I don't know that, him starting against the Red Sox at Fenway is going to make a difference over he's pitched over the course of the rest of the season. Like I think the odds are always going to be in his favor in a pitching matchup. It's part of what makes the Yankees so compelling because once they get Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon back, who are starting rehab assignments or on rehab assignments, Cole's expected to go tomorrow and Rodon Friday in Hudson Valley. That starting rotation that's already pretty good is going to get a lot deeper and better. I just think Schlittler is really good, and he's a lot of fun to watch because it's powered stuff with really good command and a take no prisoners attitude. He's really good.
And I know you've been on the road, obviously trying to hold it in this whole time. So I'm not sure how much of the Kansas City press conference you had a chance to see or read about the Royals, who, by the way, have a beautiful waterfall, cascading water, just fountains and everything. Just
I saw the picture of the fountains, John. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, it sounds like Kansas City is going to be able to keep the Royals in Kansas City proper, downtown ballpark, near Union Station.
Near a church.
Very near a church. Given that the Chiefs left the city and they're moving across state lines, how big a win is this for baseball to stay in Kansas City?
I mean, I think it's like from a fan standpoint, I think it's awesome. Like just because there's more stuff to do, like you can walk to a Jack Stacks now, like that's pretty
Hell
great.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's a whole lot of fans that think that the K is outdated. The issue that Kaufman Stadium has is that it's just not near anything else downtown. And there are probably some more desirable places to build 365-day use facilities around a ballpark or like build these ballpark village type things than there are where Kaufman Stadium and Arrowhead are. So I think, from that standpoint, it's a potential win for fans. As for what it does for Major League Baseball, I don't know. I mean, like they managed to get another civic organization to foot part of the bill for something that is largely a billionaire's playground. In that, John Sherman is going to be the one who benefits the most from this, and then maybe Hallmark, because Hallmark cards are apparently involved in this somehow. They're moving their offices, which I don't know if that means that they're going to open a whole bunch of specialty stores there, where like you'll have the sympathy store next to like the 0 to 8-year-old card store, next to the like sorry your dog pooped on my lawn card store. Those kind of things. Like I don't know if that's how involved Hallmark is going to be, but listen, it's a significant financial commitment. I don't want to downplay that from what John Sherman has done either. By the way, John Sherman gets rave reviews from everybody who works for him. Like he is in a short amount of time curried a ton of favor with the people that need to have favor curried with them. Everybody says this dude rules, and he actually does give a damn about the city of Kansas City, which is really nice. I mean, he kind of follows in Ewing Kaufman's footsteps in that regard. But the fact is that there's still going to be earmarking $1 billion in public funds to help build this, where anything that an economist would tell you about what has been said in terms of the amount of economic impact that's positive for the community is largely overstated, and the economic impact for those who own the land or the facilities. And that's the reality of it. So I mean, good on them for committing 2/3 of that money, but it's still, $600 million from the city and money from the county and money from the state to help build what's not just a ballpark, but also going to be shopping and restaurants and stuff like that too, which isn't necessarily going to bring in new money to the area. It's just going to shift it from other places where people are already spending money.
I'm looking forward to the new Hallmark Royals crossover store, where in the sympathy card section, one of the cards will read, "Unlike Mike Jershally, God has called your loved one home."
I love the idea of showing up to Matt Quartararo's office with a "sorry your third baseman didn't get the runner over" card.
Hey, speaking of, so I got a text, Mike, from a great friend of the Grum who you may work with from time to time in June at the Men's College World Series, that was critical of John's question. No, not new stadium. Ask why they suck. Why do the Royals suck, Mike?
Who cares?
Which friend would have been asking that?
Another ginger.
That's our dear friend Connor. Kyle.
Oh,
Happer.
You okay, buddy? Offense is bad.
Yes.
Offense bad. Like that's I don't have it. I can't put anything else on it other than like they haven't swung the bats well. And like that was one of the fears of the team, was that the offense wasn't going to take another step forward. I kind of believed in the group that they had, especially with Pasquantino and Witt. And Witt's been okay, but hasn't been like awesome yet. He will be.
Just hit his first home run the other day.
It's just yeah. I mean, it's not like there's just not like, even the good players haven't gotten off to great starts, and the good players will play better. And I think probably the second half of last season was a little bit of an aberration offensively for them in a positive manner, right? I don't think they're quite as bad as what their offense has shown right now, but I don't know that it's going to be a great offensive team. I do think the bullpen will probably get things figured out a little bit more. The Estevez injury doesn't help. I know he wasn't throwing the ball great ahead of that, but it's still relatively early. So yeah, it stinks. They're 8-16, but it's not like anybody's going to run away with that division, and there should be plenty of opportunities for them to improve. So I know they were down. Last I heard, they were down 8-6. I think you guys called. I was listening to the game, and Carter Jensen and just homered again. Now he's throwing the bat well, but otherwise, I just think it's let's be a little bit patient with them. It's still too early to tell.
It is still too early to tell. By the way, we did not do this justice. I'm going to put up you can't see it, obviously, Mike, but in the main, yes, they did the big shot of the entire Crown Center development with the ballpark, and apparently what is it called? I saw this. It's the Our Lady of Sorrows Church.
Yeah,
is still sitting on the corner. Apparently, they haven't sold the land. But what's interesting about this picture is this church must be huge. This picture does not look like it is to scale.
I do not think that picture is to scale. That would be my guess.
It's a
First of all, First of all, has there ever been a better name for a church next to a baseball stadium than Our Lady of Sorrows?
Especially this year's Royals team.
Isn't that all that being a baseball fan is Our Lady of Sorrows?
Yes.
We need to start there and say that this is good marketing on the church's part.
By the way, Creighton's new practice facility, which will be open in time for the College World Series,
next to a church as well,
has a church. They didn't. I mean, it's right outside the foul lines.
That is so funny,
and it just kind of sticks out there. But it kind of reminds me of that.
Go pray for your favorite baseball team before they play a big game.
Exactly.
That's nice. I'm currently praying to Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration because I'm trying to get to a gas station before my eyeballs pop out of my head because they're floating so high.
You know, it is North Carolina. They just kind of do it on the road.
I have reached a civilized area again.
Oh, good.
Here I am just outside of Fayetteville, so I'm actually on roads with more than 2 lanes. So.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Well, do us a favor. Take a picture, not of you doing it.
Record yourself, Mike.
We just want a picture of the place you decided to stop at.
TV show is this?
We just want a picture of where you stopped.
Yeah, so I got off the expressway here to a spot that said there was gas at this exit, and then I just sped past the sign that said gas, and there was nothing listed on it. So we're going to go up another exit.
Yikes. I'm getting concerned for you, Mike.
All right, we need to see this. Well, not you doing this.
My bladder's going to be, holy cow, this thing may burst.
Good luck, Mike.
Good luck.
You ever threw a water balloon at your kids?
He's going to look like the big blueberry that blew up in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Yeah.
Next exit, 40 miles. What?
Well,
good luck.
Yeah. Safe travels, Mike.
We'll see you.
Safe peeing, Mike.
There he goes.
We'll
Mike,
see we survive.
Yeah.
Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio.
I'm
and
very concerned
needing
for our
a
friend.
restroom.
By the way, I saw a
He
tweet.
should have just, that's why you need those empty Gatorade bottles.
Yeah, I remember those days too. Man, that sucks. How do you go that far without seeing a gas station? He's not on one of the roads like Route 66 or
well,
whatever.
that's what I'm thinking. It's not like you're in that place in Utah where there's nobody around.
I saw a tweet from Ryan Wallace, who covers the Royals for some Kansas City something or other, and he said that the Our Lady of Sorrows Church looks like Carl's house in Up. I don't know if you've ever seen Up before, but it very much does. Yeah, very much does.
It's so not to scale.
No,
it looks enormous.
What's the church called?
Our Lady of Sorrows.
Our Lady of Sorrows. Yeah.
All right. We will take a break. We've got more to come, including Brett McMurphy joins us later this hour.
Let's do it.
On the 1620. And we have a follow-up. On the video we had yesterday of Scott Frost from the past.
Yes, I saw lots of answers to this.
We have the answer to it.
Yep.
We'll have that and more next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Now the Royals are losing again.
Oh, God, they suck.
8-6 in the 8th.
You know what doesn't suck, John?
No.
The variety of contests that we have right now at 1620thezone.com.
Many contests.
Look at this. I can just close my eyes and pick a number 1 through 4. And
Yep.
there's a number. Whoa, Young the Giant's coming.
Nice.
I should have done 1 through 6. Bert Kreischer is back and more. Go to 1620thezone.com today. Also a reminder, it is young Nick's wedding on Sunday.
People
We
forget.
are all very excited for it.
Some more excited than others.
Some very excited. I'm very excited. I can't wait.
Thank you.
Hopefully I feel better by Sunday.
Yesterday, and by the way, Brett McMurphy, who wrote the story and talked to Scafra,
Hell yeah.
will be joining us here in about 20 minutes or so. When we were having a discussion over the course of the story, I discovered a video.
Yeah.
That I had not recalled. Well, I never saw it before.
Mm-hmm.
And was wondering when it was. And it was Scott Frost talking about how the whole booing thing in the Central Florida game in 1997
Was probably going to change how he viewed his alma mater.
was going to change how he viewed. Here's the video. We'll just play it again here, just to give reference. But this was Scott Frost talking about the booing incident against Central Florida in 97.
But Scott Frost got booed.
It's something that when things like that happen to you, sometimes you might not have the same endearment for your school that you might have had before, honestly. And, you know, I really appreciate the players I played here with and the coaching staff and things like that, but I won't look back with quite the fondness on the university as I might have before.
I had never seen that.
Mm-hmm. And you guessed it was early NFL career.
I thought it was in the 2000s, maybe either during his NFL career, maybe his very early college coaching days, you know, when he was a GA at Kansas State, whatever.
Yeah.
It turns out.
Yeah. It was like the next week.
It turns out that was a College Game Day feature from Steve Cyphers. Remember Steve Cyphers?
Is that the guy whose voice you had at the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about, you know, how Nebraska's only lost 2 games in the last 400 days or whatever, because, you know, obviously the Arizona State game was a big part of it from the year before. But yeah, that was from a College Game Day feature the day of the Washington game, the game where Scott Frost basically kind of turned around the narrative on him.
I was going to say, Jason Peter told a story one time about how he went to him on the sidelines and he's like, this is your team. And sure enough, that day they win. They win 27-14.
He plays really well.
Scores nowhere close as what it actually was indicated. By the way, that was literally the next week. So they played Akron in week 1. They did not play in week 2. They played UCF in week 3, and then they played Washington.
Because they were an underdog, and they hadn't been an underdog in a long time.
To go back to, you know, playing this clip yesterday, I mean, in the literal moment, he acknowledged, I'm never going to forget this. And sure enough, man, he has not forgotten that.
No.
And I think it is very illuminating. And again, you mentioned
I would have loved to have remembered that, known that prior to 2017.
Yeah, but I mean, really, would it have changed so much of your thought process? Because we had heard from enough of his teammates behind the scenes that were
remember one of the first things that concerned me about Scott Frost was that very first press conference.
Sure.
When this was after the formal press conference, but when he was talking to reporters and basically telling them, do not contact my family.
Yeah.
Leave my family out of this. I don't need any of this. And it came across as, and that was the first yellow flag for me.
Yeah.
And so if I would have had that information with that, I would have been like,
yeah,
really? This is really interesting. But yeah, you're right. He didn't forget.
No, and he still hasn't.
And it is stuck in his craw for 30 years.
Yeah, I think it shapes his viewpoint. You know, I think Frank Solich wants Nebraska to do well. I don't think Scott Frost wants Nebraska to do well.
I don't think
Bo Pelini wants Nebraska to do well.
I would agree.
LSD Will text into the show, 402-951-1620. You can't have a snowflake without Frost. John says, which booing do you think upset Frost more, 1997 or when he was getting his ass handed to him as Nebraska's coach?
And this is a surprising thing. I
97.
mean, this was, 97, I was with the radio network and we were doing all this stuff. And granted, we weren't watching game day because we were doing our own pregame stuff, but I'm kind of surprised that quote didn't
stick with you a little.
Well, no, didn't make, I don't recall it making the rounds. in the conversation even after the Washington game.
Yeah.
Question.
Of, hey, Scott Frost kind of felt this way about things. And maybe it was just a different era in how, the team was covered. And at that point, the team could do no wrong. They were riding a high, and Frost had played really well. And so maybe if it had been caught by anybody, they were like, they'll get over it.
Yeah.
And just brush it along. It is interesting. And I'm kind of shining a light on ourselves here, but it is kind of interesting how much different the team not only is followed by the fans, but how it's covered today versus how it was covered back in the heyday.
So back then, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the school extremely tight about what information they had? And everything was around this area at that time was pretty like, oh, we love Nebraska. Like just kind of what you were saying, just the era. And because then I remember stories from our 25th year anniversary thing where like Kevin would talk about how, yeah, we were one of the first shows to start talking bad about the program. And then the program got mad at us for doing that. Do you think it's possible the program was trying to kind of censor this information from the general
that was
public?
on national television. That was on ESPN.
Yeah, the clip of Frost was national television, but it wasn't anything the university or Tom Osborne was doing. It was just how the team was covered. There were so many positives about the team. I mean, this is also coming off the era of Lawrence Phillips and some of the controversies, and the coverage around here was more defensive of, wow, look at what all these mean people are saying about Nebraska, and not looking as much inward to, well, maybe they should be handling things a little bit differently. There was some. I don't want to make it sound like it was totally.
Well, Chance says that winning covers up a hell of a lot of ugliness.
I don't want to make it sound like everyone was, totally over the top homerism, but there was a lot less criticism here locally of what Nebraska was doing or had been doing than there would be if a similar circumstance took place today.
100%.
It's very different.
It very much is.
Well, coming up, a couple of TV media analysts have issued an opinion on what centralizing all of the college football media rights would do for the sport. This is the big thing that old Cody Campbell down there at Texas Tech's all raving about. And some people believe, hey, this might be the path forward. People might see some of these numbers and go, zoinks?
Zoinks, Scoob?
Wow.
And Brett McMurphy also coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. As we return to the Grum, yeah, it's worth it. Let's pretend like we're in Alabama for 60 seconds. It's time for a sports.
Hello, cousin.
I love my sister.
Let's play a sports flash.
Yeah, I'd say this is worth it.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Sports flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. According to On3.com, Kalen DeBoer, head coach of your Crimson Tide, Roll Tide,
Roll damn tide.
is getting a new contract extension.
But for what? But for what? Sports flash.
Football, you dumbass.
But why? But why?
Because he's the head coach of the Tide, Roll Tide.
Sports flash.
DeBoer told On3's Chris Lowe
Sports flash.
he'd never spoken to Michigan
Sports
or
flash.
had any discussions with school representatives.
Sports flash.
But the updated deal is set to be approved Wednesday by the Alabama Board of Trustees. There you go.
Huh.
So some poor bastard in Birmingham right now is probably getting raked over the coals by Kalen DeBoer for leaking the news.
Why would you do that? Also, can you imagine the sports shows down there?
Oh, I bet they are.
Why did they? Why? I'm confused by this. He seems to be on the hot seat more than anything right now. Why are they adding to his buyout later on down the road?
I don't know.
Was he also leveraging to go to Penn State?
Maybe.
Well, no, the leveraging was allegedly that he was in play for the Michigan job.
Oh yeah,
but that's long gone. I mean, there's no leverage to be had anymore.
Right. Exactly.
By the way, here's a tweet to read to get into our next discussion. Ross Dellinger is in Dallas for the college football playoff meetings.
Oh no!
Don't worry. For now, no decision was made on changing language that determines the G6 auto. Oh, this is just about auto bid. All right, never mind. Talk's expected to continue.
Auto pen?
So we haven't even gotten to the point yet of expansion, though. There is nothing there at this moment in time.
Incredible.
So one of the biggest talking points of old Cody Campbell, the Texas oil billionaire who is funding the Texas Tech football program,
basically,
that's how I imagine
is. Well, we need to pool all of college football's media rights and sell it as one. We'd make a lot more money instead of the conferences doing it separately.
And you know what? If you did that, if you did the whole sport as one, you wouldn't need conferences, and we could go back. Well, you do, but you could go back to regionality and sensible scheduling.
Certainly.
If it was all under one umbrella.
Two prominent sports media consultants have published projections. Ed Desser and John Cosner, who are former sports media executives that run their own consulting firms, recently projected that should college football move to a single seller model. So in other words, just like the NFL, all of the NFL pools into one big pie, and then they sell it to all the networks. If we took college football, major college football, Big 10, SEC, Big 12, ACC, hell, the G6, and pooled them all together and sold it, they estimate that college football's total annual media rights haul could reach.
Yeah, give us the da-da, give us the. Here we go.
$14.8 billion.
$800.
A few more bucks.
By the way, it's currently about $3.9 billion.
Okay, no way in hell. It would go up that much?
They're estimating nearly a 4 times increase.
All right, never mind. I'm out on this.
Could anybody even afford that?
No. Nick, that is a great question.
Okay, now, but keep in mind.
You're just talking about value?
That's what they say they could all pull in, because they're not going to sell it to one network. They're still going to sell. I mean, just like the NFL. The NFL is not on one channel. It's on
How much is
18.
the NFL's TV thing worth?
Now, this is $14.8 billion by 2034-35. So it's projecting out because that's when all the contracts are starting to come up with the different leagues, with the different conferences.
And I guess where my brain goes to with this is, you're right, they wouldn't just sell it to one
Right.
thing. But
ESPN's
if they sold it to Disney, then they could suddenly, Disney owns how many things?
No. I think you're viewing it the wrong way, Nick. My critique though is more like that. I don't think it's worth that much. NFL, they signed a new contract a few years ago, and the new contract for negotiated media rights. Let's see. I'm trying to find the total number. It looks like that's just with ABC and ESPN. That just seems like a way too high of a number for college football.
That's what they're saying.
I'd be curious if they could show their work there. I mean, I'm sure they have. I don't want to be.
But they're arguing.
Okay, here it is. NFL signed an 11-year, $110 billion deal. 110 divided.
Well, it's basically $10 billion.
Yeah, per
$10
year.
billion a year.
Yeah, see,
that's today. This is projecting almost a decade down the road when all the contracts come up.
Yeah, but college football's not that valuable compared to college football. Or college football's not that valuable compared to the NFL.
Well, so they're arguing. One of their arguments. I'm going to look here.
I mean, there's a lot of games, but it's still not as valuable.
NBA. The NBA pays about $3 in rights per viewer hour. So if you took all the viewers, divided it by the number of the money they're getting per hour, it's making the NBA $3 per viewer hour.
Okay.
The NFL is at $1.30. Which sport's more popular?
NFL. Yeah.
And that's why the NFL's gone back to all of its
they're trying to get more.
saying, whoa, NBA shouldn't be making more per viewer hour than we are.
That's also why I think it'd be hard for college football to get this, is because the NFL is really trying to strong arm their partners into even more money.
But even if, I
do think they can make more money if they did pool together. I do agree with that.
I think that's the major argument. The major argument is they can make more if it's pooled together.
Yeah, because then Alabama and LSU are under the same umbrella as USC and Ohio State.
Correct.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then you're able to work the schedule in certain ways. And
you could do so many different things.
Yeah,
you could do all the things, really. You could figure things out in a much different way. You could plan out the season in a much different way. Again, you could go back to regionality. If everybody was under the same umbrella, you could go back to regionality and sensible schedule.
Could somebody make an argument against the? I think it's a good idea. Could somebody make the argument against this, saying that it's a form of monopoly and illegal?
I don't think so. I mean, it's
okay. That's
unless you would need an antitrust. Would you need?
That's interesting
exemption?
Because that's what gave us our current system anyway. Was the NCAA? They controlled all the TV rights.
Yeah.
Until 1984, and then the Supreme Court said 9, and that's where we got essentially what we got today, where the conferences and this. But if you could get everyone to agree, hey, this is the right way forward.
By the way, multiple listeners are wondering, what about the number of teams? John, no way in hell you get 130 teams. Kyle, what broadcaster is going to pay for all of college football? I
do not have all the details of what these two are saying. I'm basically reading awful announcing synopsis of what they said. So, and maybe this is just talking about the Power Four. I don't know for certain. Okay. But again, if they could get everyone to pool together, it'd be no different than, Fox and CBS have the most attractive NFL packages because they have the AFC and the NFC and they get most of the playoffs.
Big afternoon game.
College football, if everyone pooled it together, sure. Would Big Ten teams be more valuable and SEC teams be more valuable?
They'd have to figure that part out.
That would be the part they would have to figure out.
Yeah, for sure.
That would definitely be the part they would have to figure out. We'll find out what Brett McMurphy thinks.
I would love to ask.
We'll talk to him about that and other things, including his little conversation with Scoffrod.
A little chat.
Yeah. Coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. And the Royals have lost.
Oh,
again.
Yikes.
Mm.
The vibes are rancid right now in Kansas City.
Yeah. It's a good day for Our Lady of Sorrows.
Yeah, everyone's going to that church by the new ballpark.
Yeah. We are, of course, contractually obligated to say every time we bring on our next guest that our next guest saved the Nebraska-Oklahoma games that almost got canceled.
He did indeed.
Interestingly enough, the guy who was at the helm at the time of Nebraska was the feature of his story this week. It's Brett McMurphy of on3.com. Brett, again, thank you for saving that series, even though it didn't go well for Nebraska.
5 years ago.
Yeah, time flies. Time flies. I was talking to Joe Castiglione the other day. He's retired at Oklahoma, and we were kind of laughing about that. And like, wow, that really almost happened, didn't it?
That didn't come up in your conversation with Scott Frost, did it?
It did not.
Okay.
No, it did not.
Of course, a lot of things that you probably asked about Nebraska, that conversation got shut off rather quickly.
I asked him one question about Nebraska. He said, I don't want to talk about Nebraska at all. And then gave me an answer about, which I'm sure you saw the story.
Yes, absolutely.
About, I'm paraphrasing. You've probably read the quote. But anyway, and that's the only time I brought up Nebraska.
Brett, well, I'm curious, why now with Scott Frost in terms of you wanting to write about him? What is intriguing to you about this story that you were maybe hoping to figure out with him? And did you figure out whatever that nut was that you were hoping to crack?
Nothing really. I mean, with On3, we go around to a lot of different schools and we do a lot of the, springtime big picture feature type stories. You've seen Chris Lowe's kind of bounced around the country and done some stuff. I live in Tampa, so it's an easy drive for me to go to Orlando. And, so it wasn't like specifically, I'm going here trying to get this or that. But, as I wrote, even though the story is about UCF, you can't tell the Scott Frost story without bringing up Nebraska. And, I asked him something about it and he said, I don't want to talk about it. I was simply asking him what, why didn't he think he had more success, or why didn't he have success, or what happened exactly? I don't remember my exact phrasing, but basically why didn't things go better in his time at Nebraska? And then that was I don't want to talk about Nebraska. And then he went into the difference at UCF, where there's obviously a lot more privacy and freedom and different things. And, I'm sure everyone's, dissected that, and, people that are for Frost still back Frost, and those that are not for Frost still are not for him. I don't think the story changed anybody's mind. I wasn't trying to change anybody's mind. It was just kind of a, Scott, again, he won a national championship there and coached there. And, he's moved on. I think probably just the way he responded to me, he was polite. He wasn't outraged or anything, but I think if it was up to him, and this is just my impression, he didn't tell me this, but I'm sure he would just like everybody, can we move on? And, I'm the UCF coach now. I'm no longer coaching at Nebraska. I'm no longer an assistant at Oregon, that sort of thing.
Brett McMurphy joining us from On3. All the Nebraska stuff aside, if you just take out all of the where he coached, who he coached, and just look at the record, the undefeated season is clearly the outlier in all of the other marks that he has put up either at UCF or at Nebraska. Are we sure that he is a good head coach?
I don't know. I don't think I mean, it's easy to say, well, look at his win-loss record. He's not a good coach. what he did at UCF, it was 2 years before he took over, they were winless. So, I mean, they went undefeated the year before. Don't have it in front of me. I think he was 5-7, something like that. Maybe I'm off on that. So it's not like he wasn't winless, but they were winless before he took over that program. So he obviously turned it around and then he left. And then he's been, didn't work out in Nebraska. And then he's had 1 year at UCF, 5-7. And so now he's in his second year. So, I mean, it's easy to say that. I don't know if you've got, I don't think, my opinion, everyone's got their opinion. I don't think there's a big enough, picture there to definitively say he's not a good coach. Now, certainly if he doesn't get UCF, certainly in a bowl game and at least competing for a Big 12 championship in the next year or two, then I think you could look at that and say, yeah, what in the world happened at the undefeated season and why? Again, they're not going to go undefeated at UCF, but they should. The Big 12 is as competitive as any of the power leagues. From top to bottom, I think it's the most competitive. I don't think it's the best league, but I think the teams from 1 to 16 are more evenly matched than, God forbid, the Big 10 and certainly the SEC and also the ACC. You've got some teams that are much, much better in those leagues, and you've also got some teams at the bottom that are much, much worse. So I'm just saying, I think not necessarily that makes it harder, but it is more competitive because you've got a lot of teams that are alike. But if he doesn't improve on this year, he's got the new quarterback transfer from James Madison. Then yeah, I think you could say that. I mean, if you had to make a judgment right now, I guess you could say that, but I don't. I would give him an incomplete.
Brett, we often. Sorry.
In my word. No, that's good.
We often talk about a program in this era or programs, and we try to figure out, like, are they set up to do well in the NIL portal era, what the league that they're in. I mean, UCF, of course, when he had that undefeated year, they were in the AAC. They're in the Big 12 now. I'm always curious about how someone's collective is doing. Do you think that UCF, like Scott Frost aside, is this a program that you think is set up for success in this era of college football in a conference like the Big 12?
Yeah, I do, and just because of location. I mean, like I said, I live in Tampa. The state of Florida. You draw a 50-mile circle from anywhere in the state, and you've just got an incredible number of recruits. Now, obviously, recruiting has changed. It's not simply bringing the best high school kids in. You've got to pay them, and you can get draws from all over the country. But I think certainly the location, being in the Big 12, is helps them tremendously. It's weird. And look, I'm an Oklahoma State grad. You guys know that. Mm-hmm. I think it's easier for teams in the Big 12, and I'm not necessarily saying UCF, but it's basically anybody in the Big 12. I think it's easier for a team in the Big 12 to get to the college football playoff than the middle tier teams in the Big 10 and the SEC, because those schools, and wherever you consider Nebraska in that mix, or a Tennessee in the SEC, or Missouri in the SEC, I think the teams in the Big 12 have an easier path to the playoff because they don't have as tough a degree of difficulty as some of those teams that are not the elite, like the Ohio States, like, I can't believe I'm saying this, like Indiana, like Texas, like, Georgia. Those teams are always going to be there. And I mean, look, until we get to 16, until we get to 24, you've got an easier path to the playoffs in the ACC or the Big 12 than I think you do if you're not named Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, or Texas in the two biggest power leagues.
Brett McMurphy joining us. Your outlet On 3 was one of the first to report that Kalen DeBoer in Alabama are agreeing on a new contract. I believe the number was 7 years, 7-year extension, $12.5 million. What do you make of this, given that, Alabama fan, while he has a winning record, and there's no question about that, took him to a playoff last year, we all know that the expectations of Alabama are a lot different than what he has been able to deliver so far.
Yeah, I mean, his current deal got extended by 2 years, so now he's there through January of 2033. It's funny, like his fan bases are they're short for fanatics, obviously, but they did not have an Alabama type season. They still got to the playoff, but it's you're following Nick Saban. He knew he was following Nick Saban. That's what you're going to be compared against. But let's say you're Alabama. Okay, the board's out the door, gone. Who are you going to hire? I'm asking you guys, and I'm not saying you think he should be gone or anything, but the fans that do, who are you going to bring in there that's going to be an automatic upgrade that is going to guarantee you're going to have more success? I can't think of anyone. And so that's why, schools have, two choices, and that's get rid of somebody and bring somebody in that's better. But if, Nick Saban's not walking through that door again, so you've just got to support your guy as much as you can. And, they give these extensions, the money, they move the money around. So it's not like the money's not really different. Maybe you get different terms on the buyouts, different stuff like that. I think nowadays it's more for show more than anything else. So you're committed to him. You're always for that person until you're not. Kind of like conference realignment. You're always in that conference until you're not. And I think that's that's the case with Alabama. I'm not saying they're not for him, but I'm just saying I think they're going to put everything behind the board until he gets to a point that they're not. And again, we're talking like he's dead man walking. He just went to the playoff, which is, I guess that's just today's mentality. But look, I think he's an incredible coach. You're talking about Frost. Is he a good coach? He's not a good coach. Kalen DeBoer is a great coach. What he did at Washington, I know it's not FBS, what he did at the smaller level, I think he lost 2 games in 5 years. It's pretty incredible. So, he replaced a legend. It's not going to be easy. I think Bama's going to be all right with DeBoer.
Brett, you mentioned a few minutes ago the playoff. It seems that 24 teams is inevitable. A two-parter for you. One, is it as inevitable as it seems? And if so, why is that the case, given that when that idea was first floated by Tony Petitti in the Big Ten, pretty much everybody laughed at him for, proposing such a large number, and now it seems like that is no longer preposterous.
I'm not sure if I'd say it's inevitable, because ultimately you've got to convince the SEC and Greg Sankey. And I know, Chris Lowe talked to a lot of SEC coaches, and they're all like, yeah, we need to go to 16 or we need to go to 24. Well, look, every power coach on the planet, I promise, you don't even have to give them truth serum. They'd say, yeah, let's go to 24. Why? Because that's job security. If we go to 24, I've got 12 more chances to get to a playoff. And if I get to a playoff, I'm not going to get fired. But if there's only a 12-team playoff and I'm not getting to a playoff, then they're going to run my ass out of town. So that's why all these coaches want 24. The coaches always don't get what they want, though. So the challenge for both Sankey and Petitti is they both want different things. Petitti wants the 24. You guys know that. He wants to have play-in games. They would get rid of the conference championship game. So instead of the 1 versus 2 in the Big Ten, it would be 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 6 or whatever it is. And the winner would get an automatic bid to the playoff. Well, the SEC doesn't want to go to that number. The number they want is 16. Not that it matters because they don't have a vote, but the other 8 commissioners plus the Notre Dame AD, they only want to go to 16. So that's why I would push back on this, that it's inevitable. It may be inevitable 2, 3, 5, 50 years down the road, I don't think it's inevitable a year from now. I think it's more likely that they go to 16 at some point, and I'm not saying next year or the year after, but at some point, I think it'd be more likely they would go to 16 and then eventually make the jump to 24. Because keep in mind, every time you increase the playoff, it involves the networks paying more money. And I know, their streaming services can get involved in all that. But, I know ESPN, they're another round of layoffs. I've been a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
So the last thing they want to do is pay more money to add 4 more teams to a playoff. And again, until everyone knows this, but until Petitti and Sankey, it doesn't matter what those other 8 commissioners or Notre Dame want, until Sankey and Petitti can come to an agreement, nothing's going to happen. So what that means, we have till December 1st for them to come to an agreement. And if they don't, then we'll kick the can down the road and we'll be stuck with this 12-team playoff again in 2027. They just met in Dallas right now. They had one of the commissioners said they had a, quote, robust meeting. You can't spell robust without bust. And nothing's going to happen, guys. I mean, they're going to, whatever. Believe me, they've got more stuff to worry about than expanding the playoffs with, the laundry list of stuff that's going on. And so I think we'll get to December and they'll be like, okay, can we come to an agreement on this? And I don't see either side budging, because another thing I think is, now that it's become public and it's out there, and everyone's talking about it so much and everybody knows, you brought up the Big Ten and Petitti's, what he prefers. Now it's almost like, if it ever had a chance, is it harder for it to go through now? Because now if Petitti decides to go to 16, well, he bowed down to the SEC. Or if the Sankey says, okay, we'll go to 24, and it's like, oh, the Big Ten pressured the SEC. Now it's like a PR battle.
Yep.
And they don't want to look like, well, we lost this battle. I mean, we know what the Big Ten's done on the field the last 3 years. So I think that kind of adds a little bit to it also. But it's great for me and you guys and everyone else that has to talk about this, because I don't see a decision. I'd be shocked if they have one by December. But ultimately, like everything in college football, if the money makes sense, they'll come to an agreement.
Yep. Amen. Brett McMurphy of On 3. Brett, thank you again, for saving the Nebraska-Oklahoma game and for joining us here today on the Grum.
You got it. Do they have any future games scheduled? I guess I should look into
or do they?
They do. It is in, I think in like
33 or 4?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. It's somewhere, let's see, 2029 in Norman, 2030 in Lincoln.
You know what we should have done?
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well, okay. So you got your antennas up just in case.
Yeah.
We should have had Brett on like 2 years ago when they canceled the Tennessee game.
Oh yeah, Brett. Why didn't you save the Tennessee series too?
I had a choice. It was Sophie's choice. Oklahoma or Tennessee. I chose Oklahoma.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, Brett,
by then they may be in the same conference. Who knows?
Who knows?
That's a good point. Brett McMurphy. Brett, thanks.
Thank you, Brett.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Brett McMurphy joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Got some responses to the discussion. Sam writes about Frost. He took over a team that went winless due to a lame duck and negligence. We use the term born on second base. He may not have been born on second at UCF, but he at least popped up half between first and second in a pickle and ended up safe. Our friend Jed writes, been head coach for 8 years, and Frost gets an incomplete, especially after being fired at one location. Rule has been coaching college for 10 seasons with an overall winning record and multiple 10-plus win seasons, and is looked at as a failure. Yeah, I certainly have an answer to the question that you ask. I would obviously disagree with Brett there.
Well, and full admittance, obviously there's priors because we were on the ground floor covering all of it.
Yeah,
and we probably know a few things about, how it went down and why it went down.
And again, if the guy's not willing to speak about anything.
And he was very open in Brett's article about the pressure. And listen, I get it. I get that UCF isn't Nebraska in terms of the fishbowl, but do you want your coach so adamant that he needs his privacy and he doesn't like the fame and he does? Because what if he gets UCF back to where they were a few years ago? Guess what's going to happen?
Pressure.
People are going to
fame.
People are going to want to talk to him. People are going to want to be around him. He's going to be more recognized. With more winning and more success comes more fame.
See, but I mean, going back to the clip that we played a little bit earlier from 1997, I do wonder, is it he doesn't like pressure and fame, or he doesn't like pressure and fame here?
That's a good question.
He doesn't want to deal with that type of stuff here.
Yeah.
And why is that? Go back in time 30 years.
I'll buy that.
I wonder how much of that is the case. And I'm trying to play, a psychologist on the radio, I guess, here, or a psychiatrist,
right.
Either way. I'm trying to look inside of his brain.
But he did talk about, hey, it's nice after we won a game at Central Florida.
Sure.
My wife and I could go, a mile away from campus and no one would ever.
See, because that's less about pressure and that's more about I don't want to be bothered.
Right. But
by those people.
If he'd have gone to Florida, he'd have been, BMOC.
Yeah.
If he would have gone, to any other big boy school, and UCF wants to fancy itself as a big boy school.
Yeah.
Well, and again, you don't have to embrace it. You don't have to be in love with it. It's not like Tom Osborne was, actively seeking out the stuff, but he also accepted, hey, it's part of the job.
It's part of the gig.
It's part of the gig. And you
say what you will about the guy. He gets that that's part of the gig and he welcomes it. At the very least, he doesn't complain about it. He's not like, yeah, people came up to me at the game, because they do.
People came up to me at this concert I was at.
Speaking of what Brett was referring to, he did refer to some SEC coaches who were talking about the 2014 playoff. And maybe ESPN will come to our rescue. On this conversation.
Your favorite place, the place that you can go watch MLB TV without needing a subscription to the other thing?
Well, again, I use T-Mobile Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
I get it for free.
Must be nice. Handout.
In fact,
John.
we're watching it right now.
Socialism, John,
Toronto,
strikes again.
And no, it's genuine. It's generous capitalism.
Generous capitalism.
I mean, I am paying a T-Mobile bill.
I don't think those words go together. Nick, what do you think?
What do you mean? You're saying there's no generosity in our society?
There is definitely generosity in our society.
I think for
capitalism,
capitalism,
we're a capitalist society, and there's generosity. Thus, generous capitalist society.
I think for capitalism, to work the way they intend it to work, it rewards you not being generous.
I like being generous.
That's not necessarily true.
I care about people, though. That's what makes you and me different, John.
You don't care about people.
I love people. What are you talking about? I very much care about people.
Really?
Yeah, I think people, are mostly bad, but
I want
care about
all Eagles fans to come down here to 5010 Capitol, and Josh will give you all free hugs today. All Eagles fans are welcome to come to Usher Media here at 50th and Capitol.
Alan a few moments ago.
That's
that was
right.
so nice
Our
of him
benefactor
to stop by.
was here. Everyone come in. Bring your Eagles jerseys. I want you to wear your Randall Cunninghams.
I'll sign
I
them
want you
for
to wear your Jalen Hurts. I want you to wear, your Andre Waters. I want you to wear your
tired. You're weak. You're weird.
I love the idea of wearing the jerseys of the guys that didn't win Super Bowls. That sounds great to me. Just keep naming Donovan McNabb. No, but you named other guys. But you said other guys.
Yeah.
Randall Cunningham, no Super Bowl.
Alshon Jeffrey.
Was he on the 17 team?
I believe he was.
Okay, I don't even remember anymore. Yeah. Ricky
whatever
Waters.
Eagles,
Ryan
come
Dawkins.
down. Josh will give you free hugs.
Terrell Owens.
Because he loves you. He loves you.
I love
we got
people.
Brother Love over here. I didn't realize I was sitting next to Brother Love.
Jeremy says Josh is in on fist hugs today. Come all fist hugs.
I don't know what that is. Is that what
Dan Patrick is going to talk about in our next commercial break?
Oh no.
Maybe. Find out next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. As Brett McMurphy mentioned, the college football playoff commissioners did meet today. A robust conversation about a possible expansion of the playoff, but no real forward momentum. Greg Sankey reiterating, hey, I'm a 16 guy.
Yep.
So nothing terribly different there, though it was interesting. And Brett did quote this article. I think he said it was Chris Lowe who did it from On3, talking to different SEC coaches about their opinions.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart said he's 50-50 on whether it should be 16 or 24. I could live with either one of those two, he said.
Coaches want more job security. And job
that's
security
exactly
comes with
what they
the playoff.
want.
That's why they want 24.
Josh Heupel said the way that college football is changing, 24 probably makes the most sense.
That doesn't. Okay.
Steve Sarkisian said that there was sentiment in the room among SEC head coaches and ADs when they met in February to strongly consider the Big Ten's 24-team proposal. He added that the impression among the coaches was that the playoff would be expanding to 16 when the decision was made last year to go to 9 games in the SEC. And of course, that hasn't happened yet.
No, it is not.
And there are some SEC coaches who are big mad that they've pulled the trigger on their nuclear option, but they don't have the extra spots in the playoff.
There will be extra losses on the schedule because that is now, what happens. And I mean, we're going to see that up and down the league this year. We've already seen it so far in the early part of the 12-team era. 10-2 is, yesterday's 11-1, but especially in a conference that has 9 conference games, and look at the schedules for the teams that are at the top of the league.
ESPN has weighed in according to awful announcing.
Yeah, this was inside of one of the Dellinger stories. I missed this line.
Yeah, but basically ESPN was...
They don't want it to expand.
They don't want the expansion.
If it goes past 14, then bidding is opened up yet again. If it
Correct.
were to go to 14, it would stay under ESPN's umbrella. It will not go to 14, though. And so if it's going to expand, it's going to go to 16 or 24. And thus, they would lose control of the college football playoff. So they don't. So there is a war going on behind the scenes. We have thought of it for a while as Big Ten versus SEC, and it still might be that way to some degree.
Well, it is because SEC is in bed with ESPN.
Yeah.
Fox is in bed with the Big Ten.
And that's why you read the quote the other day from the Fox guy. Why do they want the playoff to expand? Because then they could have a piece of the pie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that the public sentiment seems to be overwhelmingly against 24. On3 did a poll. Stay at 12, 16, 24, or 4 was perfect. They should have done fine with 4.
Mm-hmm.
Only 9% of the responses wanted a 24-team playoff. 36 wanted 16%. 42 said stay at 12.
That got the biggest vote. Stay at 12.
Stay at 12 got the biggest vote. Josh Pate, Mr. Tight white t-shirt guy. Tight white t-shirt guy.
Yep.
Nice.
And listen, the people who follow him are big college football nerds.
No, I'm not saying that.
They
I
love
don't
it.
like him.
I'm explaining to the audience
why you're reading his poll.
Why I'm reading his poll.
Yeah, what did his say?
80. Do you want? It's a simple yes or no. Do you want a 24-team playoff? 86.6%. No.
Dude, you don't get 86% of people to agree on anything.
80. I mean, these are hardcore college football people.
Yeah.
86.6% say no, they don't want 24.
And yet they're not listening to us.
Shocking.
They're not listening to us.
It's shocking.
Yep.
It's almost like they're politicians or something.
Seems
they don't tend to listen to the people either.
Oh, interesting. Seriously, they don't have to listen to us. They're just going to do it. They're going to ram it down our throats.
And people
because you know why? Because they
watching.
know people will just watch it. They'll just watch
yesterday.
it.
I'm a part of the problem. I admit it. John's going to keep watching. He's a part of the problem too. We're all a part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And while that all may be true, unintended consequences. There will be damage done in other areas that you don't realize right now. Just like you didn't realize oh man, if we just made NIL legal, everything will be fine. And then they realize, oh crap, there's collectives. What the hell's a collective? And see it coming.
What's funny is
they
I
didn't
feel
see
like
the boosters going, ha, we got one up
we
on
see
ya.
a lot of the problems coming with this. So I'm very curious to see if there are unintended consequences that even we are not recognizing. Because every time we talk it out, I think we find another bad thing.
Well, I think
That's
I mean,
scary.
the prime unintended consequence is it will diminish the value of the regular season.
And that everybody knows that. Everybody
Especially
knows that.
the non-conference games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Especially the non-conference
More
games.
people other than Cream Puff Kurt and
There
Matt
you go.
Rule are gonna.
There you go. Cream Puff Matt.
Cream Puff
Mashed
Sip.
potato Matt.
Oh, I like that one.
Golden Corral Sip joins us next
Ah.
on 1620 The Zone. What? This isn't Tuesday. It's 4:30.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul.
No, I'm triggered because I think it's
With
Tuesday.
reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece.
Is it 4:30 when the ice cream machine starts to run out, at the Golden Corral?
I definitely think it's when you got to go in to get supper if you're Steve Sipple.
Hey, we got to be careful here. He tells us when.
So you're saying we should be thankful he decided to join us today at 4:30 because he's skipping out on Ribs Day.
Look, I'm thankful anytime we get a chance to talk to the man.
That's a good point.
Oh, Sipple the snowflake.
Might be Filet of Soul Day at.
Soul.
Yeah, I think it's Filet of Soul Day at the Golden Corral.
Someone's a soul.
No, the fish is soul.
Oh.
Really old.
Hello, Sip.
I heard your joke.
Oh, you did? Oh, people can hear us when they're on hold? Crap.
People can hear you.
Mm.
Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
Nick was short. I think I must have angered Nick yesterday.
Oh, did you give him some attitude?
He's triggered because you texted me instead of him about not being able to join it. Why didn't he reach out to me? Why did he reach out to you?
I don't know. I mean, he can't. Life's too short, Nick, to take stuff like that personally. I mean,
Great take.
That is a great take.
Yeah, Nick's getting married on Sunday, Sipple.
life's too short to get married, Nick.
Whoa! But the good news is, if it doesn't work out, Sip will be the first one to let it go public.
Oh my God, you guys are out of your mind.
I wish I would have been here that day. Of course, if I
because
wouldn't have been here that day, it wouldn't have gotten out because
happened.
you were filling in for
Yep,
me. Blah
yep.
blah blah.
It was an all-timer.
Oh, so much.
All-timer.
So, Sip, are you reconsidering your whole baseball ban here? I mean, I don't know if you heard about this.
Oh wow!
I know they lost last night.
Yeah,
but the team's pretty good. They might host a regional.
Am I reconsidering my what?
You're not going to baseball.
Your
games.
self-imposed baseball ban.
Yeah.
So banned. I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't know where the word ban. I mean, I could be banned from the park, I suppose, but I don't think I am, and I haven't banned myself.
Okay.
I just haven't. If they, well, hey, I'll tell you this. I'm already. This is really obnoxious, but I'll be there at the Big Ten tournament, righty.
Will you?
The Big Ten tournament. Whoa.
Oh, 100%. I'm going to need some columns, so yeah.
Okay. All right.
Look at
I'll
that.
be there.
I mean, the invitation's still open. If you show up for the Creighton, Nebraska game, Connor and I will bring you over
you
for
get
an
to do an
inning.
inning of baseball. Are you
Yeah.
thinking about that next month?
What is the date on that?
Is it May 12th?
That's what I
believe?
think.
It's a
May 12th
Tuesday.
is the number that comes into my mind.
Oh, we still got a lot of time. Yeah, I'm definitely considering that.
All right.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep talking about that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, Sip. It's been 5 days now since the $600 million Memorial Stadium plan came out. Why do you think the Dannon plan seems to have more backing behind it than Trev's plan did?
No, John, due respect, it's kind of a loaded question.
It is, but I mean,
it's a good question.
I mean,
though.
it's obvious that Trev's plan didn't have a lot of momentum behind it from the very beginning.
I'm thinking back right now. I'm not dodging this in any way, and I'm not even taking you on. I think you're right. Is what I'm getting at.
Yes.
That's a good question. I don't know. Unless I can overthink things with the best of them, as you know. Is it maybe that fans have maybe a better understanding now of the landscape of college sports and understand the importance of a project like this in the grand scheme? Like that they understand why you need to do this, like from a standpoint of
creating revenue. It's a revenue creator is what we're talking about. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the stadium projects now, you have to look at them differently. They are revenue generators. Now, I didn't write that out of the gate. I was advised, subsequent of a column I wrote, that yeah, you got to take care of your fans. That's part of it, and it's not even really a small part of it. But the more important element now is generating revenue with events that have nothing to do with those 7 Saturdays, right? With the events that, for instance, the one that's as a country act that's there on Saturday.
Yeah.
There's going to be more and more of those type of things and other things that generate revenue, all sorts of different things that generate revenue for your athletic department. So that's what this is largely about. And I wonder if people have a pretty acute understanding of that.
Sip, one of the things, as I think back to a couple years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, that got a lot of criticism, and especially once Trev left, was his plan was going to cost a lot more than he initially said it would, right? And this isn't that it's not even like reporting. It's just it wouldn't have been $450 million. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to anybody that you trust that is in or adjacent to like the construction world. But I've had a chance to do that a couple of times since last week. And to a man, everyone is like, no way in hell, A, it's going to be only $600 million, and B, it's going to be able to get done in the amount of time that they are saying right now. I wonder if you have heard any of that. And basically, that's another back way of asking kind of a similar question of why was there the cost pushback a couple of years ago? And doesn't really seem like there is that even asking of a question of will it even cost this much money this time around?
Okay. As you ask your question, something comes to mind about the previous question, and I can answer both of your questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because, Josh, I think the information rollout was better.
Yeah.
I think that Dannon handled it better than Trev did. I know he did. I mean, that's my opinion, obviously, but I was there for both the initial, I call them rollouts,
sure,
the initial push. Dannon met with the newspaper people, and those articles were well done. They were extensive. They were very understandable. And Josh, here's the deal. Part of the rollout was they pointed out that Penn State's project was $700 million, and that Kansas's was $500 million. And there was another one that was $800 million.
Northwestern.
Thank you. And then I had forgotten. And then there was an SEC school that wasn't named that was in the $1 billion range. So what I'm suggesting is not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal to people that it might be more. Of course, it's probably got to be more. But as long as it doesn't, as long as it's within reason, I would say within reason is not more than 800. I think it's okay. I think people inherently understand that, yeah, it's announced at 600, but it'll go beyond that. Like what was it? The Go Big project to create the training facility was announced at a certain number, but then kept climbing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way of the world, certainly the way of that world oftentimes. And I think it's inherent in the conversation, so I don't think that shakes people too much.
Steve Sipple joining us. No doubt you've heard from folks. We heard from folks talking about fans. The question about how can you do things like this in the world of NIL? We need to spend money on players. How much, what do you think, how do you think Matt Rule received this news?
I know I saw him on an interview with Damon and Robbie, and he received it in answering the question. He received it like a professional coach would, which is it's not my deal. It's not my. He said, and this was a great response by Coach Rule. He said, "My job is to put a good team on that field. The rest of it is not my purview." And he's right. I mean, I don't know why it would affect him that much, if at all, except some logistics, that it's going to maybe make it a little, you're just going to be a period where you can't practice in the stadium, all that type of thing. But I don't think it affects him that much, John.
But do you think that there is a part of him that's like, okay, so we're sending out all of our fundraisers out to raise the $250 million towards this project, which could take away attention or take away efforts to try to raise more money for NIL?
It doesn't seem to be an issue.
Okay.
I mean, the way that the money's structured now, it's a legit question. It's a question that's on everybody's mind. But the way Dannon addressed it, and I'm thinking back to the stuff I read and heard, is, again, revenue generator. It's going to generate $40 million. The new stadium's going to generate $40 million in additional revenue. Now, I know what you're thinking right now. That isn't. What about the meantime? Is what you're thinking, and I don't have that answer. But I will say this, and I just wrote it. I was just writing that column for the weekend. You know what I don't do, and I know it's. I know this gets a little insidery. I seldom concern myself with worrying that Nebraska's going to come up short of money. They don't. They have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. There's $200 million, and the athletic department has $200 million in savings that never gets written, never, because it's kind of an unofficial number. They don't even want you to talk about it because, it might affect fundraising. Now, again, all of this is complicated by the fact that you just can't throw it to the players legally right now. So I don't know, but I just don't. I think all the hand wringing about money gets a little much for me. Understanding what Rule is saying now that Nebraska's in their rev share NIL number got to where it was sufficient in his mind. I don't know. Was that in the fall where it was in the fall?
Yeah, it was after the contract, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's right. After a time, that's exactly right, Josh. And then now he's saying, yeah, I believe that then, but in this kind of ever-changing landscape, it's always shifting. Well, others passed, In that moment, yeah, he felt Nebraska was fine. Since that moment, not as much. It's shifted. And I certainly understand the sentiment because we do have a lot of, we have a lot of conversations, then stuff changes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the conversations we just had are sort of null and void. And that happens more than I can ever remember.
Sip, not to write future columns, but I wonder if you imagine yourself caring about the optics of this project unfolding and the team's success or lack thereof, if that continues on the field, and how those two things might clash with each other over the next few seasons.
Yeah, I don't. There was a time up until about Friday where I thought the optics are troubling if Nebraska's struggling on the field and you're asking people for money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. After Friday, as I considered everything, and I wrote this, it hit me like an anvil that I don't think that should be a big factor in anything. You're doing this for reasons that are so much bigger than, oh God, what if they only win 5? Winning 8 would be much more palatable, and it would make it easier to raise money. I just think it's just bigger. It's bigger than getting lost in that sort of conversation. In my opinion, they have to do it. You can't.
Yes, no, yeah, for sure. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, you can't keep. And what I'm saying, Josh, is I don't think you can just keep pushing it down the road. I mean,
yeah.
Gannon alluded to, for instance, the stadium's not unsafe right now, but how much longer?
Yes,
he said there's some urgency in that conversation. We had a big happening in 1993 that John would remember.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, I guess, when the part of Southeast Stadium collapsed, and thank God.
It was the off season, right?
Yeah, it was summer.
Yeah,
May 17th. Yeah, it was in May of '93, and nobody was around while there was a trainer walking that way. And had he 30 seconds passed, he would have been underneath it, and we would have had a major problem. If there was if that would happen during a game, there would have been 1,000 deaths or 1,000 people affected.
Yeah.
And then what? So an AD has to have that sort of thing in mind.
Definitely.
I remember when that happened, and reports were so different, back then. And I'm envisioning like an entire whole giant section, collapsing. And it was a smaller section, but not insignificant. But I had really drastic pictures in my head, and then saw what it was like. Well, that's still pretty bad, because if it had happened during a game, oof.
I mean, Sip, the fact that what's the number 250 million in things that they need, like they have to do maintenance, they have to do. It's like that's a large number,
Yeah, and can you imagine if they had just announced, hey, we have to just do maintenance on the stadium. It's going to cost $250 million. There's no way they could sell that to the people.
No. Deferred maintenance isn't very sexy.
No,
right?
No, it's definitely not.
Hey, everyone, we're gonna it's not gonna be the Go Big project, or what are they calling this one? The what is it?
Rebuild, Big Red Rebuild.
Big Red Rebuild.
Yeah,
it's the Big Red Deferred Maintenance Project.
Yeah, a little less sexy.
Yeah, it wouldn't generate too much excitement.
No, indeed.
All right, Sib. Well, speaking of excitement, there might still be some of the bok choy, and I think it's Chinese night tonight at the Old Country Buffet. So get in line.
Open up Old Country Buffet. They don't have one in Lincoln now.
Sad.
I was at Saigon. Are you familiar with the restaurant Saigon in Omaha?
I am. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yes, very good. It was very good Vietnamese.
Good.
Wow. Yes. So no, I don't have any dinner plans at this point. And certainly not this early, John.
All right, Sip. Have a good one.
Good job, guys. See you later.
Bye, Sipple.
Steve Sipple joining us, as he does every Tuesday on a Wednesday.
Yes. Severe says it's pretty easy in terms of the response. It was just too soon for the Trev plan. If you look at the proximity to the finish of the Big Red or the Go Big Red, it was too close and people were frustrated. No one talked about having to generate more revenue than Trev did. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It was right on the heels of that. I mean, we're still not that far removed from it,
But further.
And if anything, I think the malaise of the football program, also provides a little bit of, frustration. It's such a good question, because in the moment, people were like, nope, I don't like this. And now people are mostly okay with it, honestly.
Dr. Gould, I love Gould. And Dan and are going to do a press conference on Friday after they make the formal presentation to the Board of Regents.
Yeah,
so
the email we got was like, expecting this to happen, this is what we're going to do. Because I guess in theory they could vote against it, and then I guess they wouldn't do a presser tomorrow. Or Friday, rather.
But I think one thing that I think it's important, they do need to really hammer home for the next several months, even while construction's underway. Revenue generation. Yeah. Because I do think there is still a healthy percentage of people out there. I don't know how many, but I do believe there's a healthy percentage of people out there that are like, well, spend it on the football team. Spend it on the football team.
I understand.
So I think it's really important tomorrow or Friday or, whenever they talk about it. Hey, we're going to make more money off of this, which means that we're going to be able to pay our bills more, which means better players.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb debates.
I got some fun ones.
We got some fun ones. We got a submission today from a longtime dumb debate submissioner, but we haven't heard from him in a while.
Awesome.
I'm starting to think if maybe he's missing it by a couple of days.
Ooh.
We'll explain next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Ants are everywhere.
I don't get it. Where are they coming from? We've never had this problem before.
Well, they
never.
They come in from under the wood.
But it used to never happen.
No, but apparently the ants have found their way
We've
into
been doing
our
so much
building.
construction, so they're finding a new way in.
You got to figure. I mean,
finds a way
from the ground to where that window is. How big of a structure is that in human terms to an ant?
Gosh, I love that you asked this question.
It's like a mega city.
I tweeted at my math teacher one time.
Yeah.
My college math teacher, Mike. And I said, I was drunk, obviously, as you'll find out. And I said, mileage, what is a mile for an ant?
Mm-hmm.
What is the equivalent? I'm going to see if I can find it.
Incredible ask of a college math teacher.
That's what happens when you are inebriated. I don't know if he has a Twitter account anymore. I hope I can find it.
You should have saved it.
He deleted it. Damn it.
Rip.
I said, hey, math guy, this is, 6:55. So I was drunk at 6:55 on March 22nd. Oh, it's probably March Madness. Hey, math guy. That's the way I started. Hey, math guy, compared to the size of a human, how far is a mile for an ant? Hashtag random question. Hashtag alcohol. I'm going to tag him on. He's on a Discord that I'm on.
So I guess we could try to game that out.
Yeah.
So a mile is 5,290 feet?
Yes.
5,280.
80 feet.
80 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that an average person is 6 feet tall. Let's just do that. Make it easy. Make it round.
Okay.
And
this is where I'm starting to. I'm laying the ingredients out. I need help.
Well, here's the answer. There's a thing called Google.
Okay. That's owl.
An ant. The equivalent to a mile for an ant is 38 feet.
38 feet. So there you go. So that's the answer.
So 38 feet.
Wow. That's awesome.
So, I mean, I don't know what the distance is between here and the ground. It's probably 20 feet?
20 feet?
Yeah, from
the ground,
from the windowsill to the
I
ground.
thought you meant it's 3 feet, John. What are you talking about? Are you an idiot?
No. From maybe
probably,
20 feet.
Yeah, maybe 20 feet.
Probably looks like 20 feet to
yes,
John.
And Dave Bites says a mile's a mile. Yes, come on, Dave. You know what we're doing here. Come on, Dave.
But the whole point is,
hello, Dave.
So the ants have had to make their way up basically 2/3 of a mile.
Yeah.
Think about trying to get to the top of a building that's 2/3 of a mile long.
Wow, that'd be a huge build. Chance.
Ants aren't really affected by gravity, though, are they?
They just walk. They do whatever they want.
They could just creepy crawl.
Yeah. Chance writes, different Chance. Average person is 6 foot tall. Nick out on short kings. Yeah, I
love
the
short
average
kings.
person is 5'10".
I just said 6 foot to make it a round, even number.
Tay writes, if an ant walks a mile, but no one is there to see it, did he even walk? Great question.
Well, this is the way we launch dumb debates.
Hell yes, it is.
This is the chance for you to take over the Grum, not the ants to take over the studio.
Yep.
By sending us your dumb debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates or the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com.
John, I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Remember a few years ago, we had that dumb debate on this very Grum about the death snail?
Yes.
Josh, have you considered that the death snail is well on its way to get you and he's using the ants as a distraction?
He is in the form of an ant. I had not thought about that.
No, not in the form of an ant. He's he is working with the ants
This
to
is like-
distract you.
This is D-Day. This is Ant D-Day, and he's gonna show up later with. He's the Enola
Yeah, the
Gay.
ants are the Marines,
Yeah.
and then the snail. That's Ike. That's General Eisenhower.
Okay.
Or Patton.
Great reference.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
If the ants are the U.S. Marines, who did they invade on D-Day, Josh?
Germany.
Mm.
Nice. I'm not afraid of this snail, but I am getting annoyed as hell by these ants. They're crawling on my
And
cough
that's exactly
drops.
what the snail wants you to feel.
Mhm.
All right, I told you guys we got a good one earlier.
Okay.
Well, I'll read you a simple one because we can all answer this one in like 5 seconds, and then the fun one. Jeff, hey guys, simple debate question. Shower at night, shower in the morning. This is easy peasy.
I mean, it's shower in the morning, depending on the circumstances.
I am always a morning shower guy, no matter what. I will do double shower days like yesterday because I had to mow again. I hate mowing. Good
Gas
Lord!
mowing is good for the soul, man.
But
It's
I mowed
good for the
again.
soul.
So I'm a morning boy every time.
I'm also a morning boy.
All right, here's the fun one. Pedro writes, hi, guys. Dumb debate question. What natural disaster would you rather be in the middle of?
What?
Earthquake, tornado, forest fire, or hurricane? Now, when he asks in the middle of, is he saying this is what will kill you? Or you will have to try to survive and you are in the middle of one of these events?
I imagine it's surviving.
Okay. Because that changes my thought process. Because if I want to die, I'll just go with the hurricane.
See,
I feel like that'll take you out pretty fast.
Off the rip, I say hurricane, but I can't swim, and famously, flooding happens
Well,
with hurricanes.
But
Shaw.
we have to define what's in the middle of. Are you in the middle of the
Okay,
tornado?
if you're in the eye of the storm, that doesn't count. I'm
the
saying
torna-
like
the tornado will kill you before
I'm
the
gonna say
hurricane.
you're
will.
in the thick of it, right? Like you're
Yeah.
in the thick of the storm.
like you can see the storm.
Yes.
You can see
The
now. if
tornado is
forest fire.
right
I
there.
guess you're like there. You know.
The problem with the forest fire is it's not even about the fire; it's the smoke.
Yeah, that is last on my list of these
Yeah.
things.
Because there's, I mean, if you're in the middle of one of those, you're probably screwed.
I think I would put earthquake slightly above the forest fire because I worry. I mean, that you got all sorts of stuff to worry about. You could fall into the world. You could have a building fall on you. That's way on the totem
Well,
pole.
but okay, let's pretend like an earthquake was happening here. You could go outside.
Yeah. But what if the earth opens up?
Yeah, our
The
Earth
odds of
opens
it-
up without
the-
earthquakes.
the odds-
you Satan.
The odds of it happening right where you're
Hi, Josh.
standing probably aren't as good.
John, welcome home, John.
I mean, if you look at the famous earthquakes, more people have, at least in modern times, have survived earthquakes.
Fair. That's a great
Right.
point.
And
Given the spread, given the wide berth of the impact zone.
We don't live in NYC.
Right.
right. But
Okay, that's fair.
for some of these, I mean, we have to be where they would happen. We're not getting a hurricane up here, right? So I would imagine, I mean, if you're in a place where there's an earthquake, they build buildings to be earthquake proof. Like they have shocks and stuff.
They
on
also
the
build buildings to be hurricane proof too.
I mean, we deal with tornadoes around here. I guess that.
We do.
I'll just go to a basement.
We do. There's a lot of people right now in Western Omaha saying, been there, done that. There's people in Grand Island
2 years ago.
listening to
Yeah.
us saying
2 years ago.
46 years ago,
I'll never
we
forget.
survived 8 of them.
I was in the airplane and my group chat's blown up and they're like, take a look at this photo. And I'm like, I can't. I don't have access to photos right now on the plane. I can only
I just thought of something now that, we have our good friends at 97.7 The Zone.
The zone.
Because, Grand Island's like Nebraska's Tornado Alley. Does
Mm-hmm.
this mean we have to cover the severe weather
Whoa.
for them?
That is a tremendous question. Something to figure out when this stuff happens. Wow. I didn't think about that.
Wow.
Yeesh. Whopper writes, instead of one beer Friday, can we do one swimming lesson Friday for Nick?
Yeah. I'd like to learn how to swim. I'm not anti-swimming.
Interesting.
We've gotten many great submissions from this submittor of dumb debates in the past. It's been a while since we've had one. One from one Alex Sindler.
Oh, Alex, what's up, bro?
Hi, Alex.
Congrats on the sex.
Would you rather return to you got to listen carefully to this one. It's a little complex. Would you rather return to the age of 10?
Okay, so you're 10 years old.
Knowing what you know now, except you are a different person with a different family.
Whoa. I like my family.
Or time travel 100 years into the future as you are, but you have a magical briefcase that gives you $1 every time you open it.
Great question.
This is a very weird question,
but fun.
I'm wondering if Alex is 420. 420 was 2 days ago.
Hashtag. His handle is at bunts underscore dunks. I wonder if it should be blunts underscore
nice
dunks. So he's obviously thinking about things from a monetary perspective. If you go back to being 10, but you know everything you know now, you can make, millions. You can
invest in crypto.
You can do whatever you want. You can invest in anything that you know about. You can gamble on sports with, as long as you have a good memory. But if you love your family, bye-bye. You are done with that family. If you hate your family, maybe you take this option. You go in the future, the magical briefcase. I mean, $1 is pretty cool, but what's inflation like? How many times am I going to have to open that damn thing to get a cheeseburger? In 100 years, a cheeseburger is probably going to be what, like $120?
Also, if you go back and you're a 10-year-old, regardless of who your family is, you're not going to be able to bet anyway. You won't be able to do anything with your knowledge.
For 11 years.
For 11 years.
Yeah.
You're 10. Who's going to believe you about anything?
Yeah. Unless you start unless you tell your dad the truth.
Yeah. Unless new grandpa likes to take you to see his buddies at the bar.
That's true.
Well, all you have to do in that scenario is just prove it to them by saying, hey, this team's going to win. This team's going to win. And over time, they're going to be like, this dude knows what he's talking about.
I guess that's true.
This 10-year-old knows ball.
Yeah, I didn't think about the other one because my initial reaction was, well, I'll go 100 years into the future because he just opened a briefcase. But you're right. The price of everything will be very, very expensive. And yeah, you're going to be opening and closing that briefcase until the end of time.
A lot.
To buy a lot of stuff.
And that's just for a meal.
But the problem is, returning, I guess either way, you're missing your family. If you go 100 years in the future,
great point.
All of your family is, outside of, family that you don't know exists yet, like grandchildren that you aren't familiar with yet, would be old.
Say congrats on the sex, me.
But if you go back at the age of 10, but you would also have the knowledge, wouldn't you? If you go back to the age of 10 as a different person, knowing what you know now. Does that also imply that you know your your real family?
Whoa.
But you can't?
What if you live in like a different country? What if you're an Englishman? Oh, what if John is from France?
Wait.
That would rock. I choose John as a 10-year-old Frenchman.
Now, would you be 10 years old in the same time you were 10 years old? So I would be 10 in 2007?
No, you're okay. No. Today, you become 10 years old.
Oh, is that what the question was?
Oh, I thought it was.
You return to the age of 10 knowing what you know now.
Oh, well, then.
No.
Yeah, you got to go back to.
Oh, yeah, you have to go back in time.
Because
Sorry.
I was going to say that defeats the
purpose.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to 1981.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't want to be 10 again.
I
don't want to live through puberty again.
I don't want to go through middle school another time.
Oh, I don't want to go to school.
Yeah.
Now, I have been thinking, man, I wish
Especially
I could go
to now.
But knowing what you know now, you'd be
true.
okay.
See, I've been
you'd
thinking
be one
about
of the smartest kids in school.
I'd be
the smartest kid in school. I could go to Harvard Business School. Look at me now. But again, what if I?
Yeah, when you have to do your verbal essay on military tactics and you describe them as the Marine Corps.
Damn it!
You instantly go from an A to an F.
Rats, that's true.
Baymont asks, what if you're Mr. H's grandchild?
Oh, no. Well, but I'm only going. Oh, I guess Mr. H probably does have a grandchild.
That is true. What if you go back at the age of 10? Let's say you're
rats.
Let's say you're Epstein's kid.
No. Oh my gosh. Yeah. What if you're
one of the Epstein kids?
Oh my God. Jesus, John.
Oh my God.
Good Lord.
Well, I'm just saying.
100 years into the future it is. Yeah. I'd rather be me in 100 years.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to spin the roulette wheel of a random kid. You could have a bad dad. You could have a bad dog. Or John's awful scenario. I'm me in 100 years.
Yeah, but what are the odds we set up?
One in something.
I think the more likely scenario is you'd probably end up in India because that is the highest population, like density.
That probably is, yeah.
Then all your information will be worthless. It's not like you'll know anything about cricket.
Can you make that's true?
To win bets.
Yeah, congratulations.
You'd have to leave your new family, come to the States and try to shack up as a 10-year-old.
You'd have to Slumdog Millionaire.
Great movie. Jordan says Josh Hussein.
What if Josh came back as one of Hussein's kids?
Oh man, that's a lot to. Wow.
But imagine what you could tell Daddy Saddam. Hey, you really shouldn't do that whole invade Kuwait thing.
I was 10
if you want to stay in power.
I was 10 and 90.
Oh no!
I will be reliving an event in 2001.
That's the other sneaky thing nobody thought about.
And the Cowboys still haven't won jack.
What if you
At least if I go into 100 years, I get to skip 100 years of crappy football. Knowing my luck, they would have won the Super Bowl 99 years from now, and then another new streak begins of garbage. Triggered.
But the good news is,
Damn it, Alex.
The good news is, if you do go ahead 100 years into the future, you will be able to commiserate with someone, because Jarrah will be there waiting for you.
No, he will not.
Because he is going to live
Smiles
forever
and glory.
You're going to have a Robo Jarrah, Cyborg Jarrah.
Matt's guy says you could just invest in Apple and Google, forget betting on sports. That's true. That's the play, is to invest.
Yeah. And that's the annoying thing about me, because
Amazon, Apple, Google,
I was 10 in 2007. Like, yeah, I got crypto I could invest in, but what else do I have?
I mean, honestly, probably Apple. You'll be fine. You know,
Apple in 2007, Apple was still way out of my price range, especially at 10.
I guess that's true. Baymon, college football playoff will be 64 teams by then. Probably.
Only 64?
Good point. Andrew says, I think.
Of course, there'll only be about 12 teams left in college
That's
football by
true.
then, so it'll be a 12-team play.
Andrew says, I think Josh would come back as Charles Manson's kid and take over the cult. I will still be anti-murder. I want that on the record.
Well, not if you're Saddam's kid.
So the other side of the Alex Sindelar coin is Tay. Tay writes, Stadium Edition. Would you rather have new Kaufman, but you're never allowed to dry your hands after washing? You just like sit there?
Or air dry.
Or
Air dry.
new Memorial, and everyone has to wear those little plastic covers on their shoes or be barefoot.
Well,
So you're not allowed to dry your hands even on your shirt, right? So you just have to sit here like this until
Well,
they
yeah,
dry.
but they'll air dry. They won't take long.
So now here's the problem, though. If you go to a baseball game in April, it could be really chilly, and that would suck if you dry your hands like that. That would be cold.
Yeah, you'd be like those Chiefs fans at the Dolphins game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Did you ever see Snowpiercer where they stick the
Oh,
guy's
I
arm
forgot
out the
about
train and then he
Snowpiercer.
toted it in?
You
and
don't want to
break
be
it?
having to wear those stupid little beanie things on your feet.
I've had to do that before with a job. It does suck. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah.
So you're picking air dry your hands at Kaufman?
Sure.
All right. I think
you just stay in the bathroom a little bit longer.
excellent call.
You just wave your hands around
Okay.
like this, and they'll air dry.
Flailing arm, flailing tube man.
Wacky waving inflatable arm.
Yeah,
flailing
you
tube
can
man.
just be wacky inflatable tube man.
I think I'm with you.
Quentin asked this one into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. How many years should a player have to be at a program in order to retire their jersey? Is 1 to 2 years of MVP level performance in this era of college athletics worthy of jersey retirement?
Great question, because we will probably be having it a year from now about Price Sanford. Price Sanford, assuming he has another, let's just say it's basically the same season as an individual and they make the tournament again, not even go to the Sweet 16. I think that he is absolutely worthy of a jersey retirement.
I don't.
Really?
No.
He would be the catalyst to the program becoming something that they had never been before, the face of that program, and would have done so in back-to-back years. What if he wins Big Ten Player of the Year? Does that change the equation?
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Wow. That's nuts. I feel like he is
I
like
think
obviously gonna get his
this
jersey
could
retired.
I think now this would be me. Obviously, I'm not speaking for Nebraska. They do whatever they want. Heck, they hung NIT banners once upon a time. So
that's true.
This would be, if I were running an athletic department, this would my policy would be pretty strict.
Okay.
And that is, hey, no, you can't just be you can't be just a 1 year or 2 year guy.
So you have to do it for at least 3?
If they transfer in, they gotta be, I think at least 3.
Wow.
I think at least
That's
3.
crazy. That's crazy talk.
That's not crazy talk.
No. Especially for a guy like Price.
I'm gonna
Truly
say
something historic.
I'm gonna say 4.
Okay,
that's
the
ridiculous.
team
In
did
this
something
world,
historic.
That's ridiculous.
The team did something historic. He didn't necessarily do something historic.
So Michael Jordan shouldn't have his number retired from North Carolina.
I
He was
thought we
only
were
there for-
just talking about college.
Yeah, I was going to say North Carolina. He was only there for 3 years.
I'm saying in this current climate with NIL and how people are just going all willy-nilly, wee. it's part of the incentive to stay at one place for 4 years. You can have your jersey retired if you're an MVP or playing at a high level for 4 years, the whole time you're in college.
That's ridiculous. I think you both are insane people.
I don't think it's insane.
Mavs guy says if you come in and win the Natty or win the Heisman, retire the jersey, you idiot. Yeah, so
just
like
because you win a Heisman?
So Cam Newton today is dropped into Auburn and he does the same thing. You wouldn't give him a retired jersey for that?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Now I'm more strict. I'm more strict with these things because I think it's about the longevity and what they did for the program over a long period of time.
Now, real quick, when we say retire, are we like doing like the true retired, like literally no one can wear that number
Right.
again? Are we like doing the thing like where you get a
Yeah,
jersey? in the
no. This is retiring the number. We're not the Yankees here where every single digit number is retired.
Yeah, all those guys are Hall of Famers though.
No, I know, but I'm saying in college they don't have as many of those.
Yeah,
guys.
for sure.
What I'm saying isn't retroactive. It's just if it's starting right now.
No, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just think you guys are both being ridiculous.
I don't think so.
I think Price Sanford should have his number retired if they do.
You
this
need
all
to
over
have
again.
more incentive to get people to stay at your program.
What?
now.
Doing something they literally have never done? That's not an incentive to
Yeah,
stay,
but that's
though.
what the team did. Not, I mean, when
But
you
he was the
retire,
face of it. If they do
I
it
don't-
again, he is
No.
absolutely the face of it.
but
And he was the face of it. By the end of the season, he was the face of the team. We could have all these cute conversations about Sam and Rink. And that was Price's team.
I don't think 2 years.
It was definitely not Bearcase team. 100% not his team. I got one. Dave Fight asks, if we had to get stuck with one, which postseason expansion would you pick? NCAA tournament to 76, college football playoff to 24. Now, we're going to get both. But which one, if you had to choose, that you would say, I will move that one up and I will keep the other one where it is? And I'll add on top of it, you get to keep the smaller number there for the rest of your life. You will never see that number expand. So college would say it, basketball would say at 70 or 68, and football would stay at 12 forever.
I'm going to go, I want football to stay at 12.
That is my answer too.
I think I'm going with basketball.
How much of this do you think is because I will admit this with me, I like college football way more than I like college basketball.
It's not about liking the sport.
Okay.
I think it's about now. Yeah, I'm completely opposed to 24 in football. Completely opposed. From a playoff standpoint, 24 isn't going to feel as impactful on the postseason as 78 will feel in basketball. And I know that does. I know that sounds crazy.
I disagree entirely.
Because here's why. Football brings in a lot of casuals, and the playoff formula has never mattered. With basketball, the casuals come in because of the brackets and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think fundamentally the basketball tournament will feel different with all of those extra games than the football tournament. Now, I also acknowledge
the regular season
that the regular season will be more impacted in football than it will be in basketball, but it will be impacted in basketball too, because now you're going to have a lot of very meh teams getting in.
Yeah,
a lot in both.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
It is,
because I am not a fan of either, but from how the playoff itself feels, I think the NCAA tournament expanding will feel a lot different versus a 2014 playoff.
You do make a solid argument, I think, about how we take in March Madness in the brackets. Like that is an inarguable fact.
Because it'll all be, I mean, the idea of bracket contests will almost feel ridiculous.
It's gonna be
unless
wild.
you're doing overnight, but it's just the notion of it's going to be a whole week of basketball. Sure, they're not adding extra days. They're still going to play on the Tuesday and the Wednesday, but the opening weekend, the opening Thursday especially of the college basketball tournament is one of the most celebrated days on the sports calendar because it's live sports all day long and it's impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And now That's going to happen on Tuesday of that week with teams that barely eked their way into the field, or a lot of the low major schools that are qualified, like the first four is now. You're not going to have as many of the contending teams like you have on opening Thursday or opening Friday of the tournament. You're not going to probably see a Duke. You're probably not going to see a Kansas. A lot of those blue bloods. Instead, you're going to be watching a lot of, I don't know if Texas.
Wait, on what days? What are you saying?
I'm talking about the Tuesday,
Tuesday
of the college basketball tournament under the expanded format.
It's going to be a lot. I mean, it's going to be a lot of low made. It's going to be Auburn this year.
Yeah,
it's going to be bad. Nebraska last year,
and it will diminish how special the Thursday is of the tournament.
It's going to be horrible
because it's going to be all day basketball on Thursday, all day basketball on Wednesday, all day basketball on Thursday, all day basketball on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And for the true hardcore basketball junkie, they're like, sign me up. But you got to remember, when you bring in this tournament is as big as it is because of the casuals. And the casuals are not interested in all of that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the soul of the tournament or the soul of the playoff will be more affected by the basketball expansion than the football expansion.
That's a good question.
And that's dumb debates.
By the way, I looking through some of our mentions right now. Sam writes, real inception moment when I have to deal with my daughter being 104 years old. And going back to the Price question, he says, I think Price should get retired. Now, Sam's a Creighton fan. I think Price should get retired at Nebraska, but wouldn't at most places? Varies by program. So yeah, and that's true.
But I mean, again, I'm answering as if I'm running the program.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there are people. Heck, Cam Newton's number probably is
Cam
retired.
Newton's number should be retired because what he meant for him, they hadn't won a championship since like the 50s.
Okay.
In my dad's lifetime, Auburn's only won one natty, and it was because literally of that one man.
Well, coming up, we've got some content.
Lovely.
I got to scroll. Where's Nick's questions? There they are.
I don't know where are Nick's questions.
The
Nick?
cheaters. The cheaters don't prosper.
Oh wow, interesting.
Wemby gets a boo-boo.
Ooh, more than that.
Alternate uniforms are back in the conversation.
Gross.
And ketchup.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
It's all coming up
Ugh.
on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Alrighty then. It is time for content.
Indeed, it is.
Nick.
The University of Michigan is known for their cheating ways.
Yes, they are.
Everybody knows this.
Oh.
Well, yesterday their conniving, scheming, and underhanded tactics finally caught up to them as they got beat by Miami of Ohio in a game that was suddenly rescheduled to manipulate the RPI. Is it good that justice and decency have finally prevailed?
Is this a baseball question?
Yes, it is. This is
field?
baseball. So Michigan, they canceled a game against a low RPI opponent so they could go on the road and play Miami of Ohio, who was rated in the top 60 of the RPI.
Okay.
To try to goose Michigan's resume, to swindle the committee into thinking that Michigan was good enough to get into the baseball tournament.
Aren't they?
What do they think this is, 2019?
Oh, man, I remember that. They beat Creighton.
And then they
Tough
went
luck
out
for
and
Creighton.
lost.
Oh, man.
They lost.
Oh.
The cheaters at Michigan lost.
Did the Miami of Ohio baseball players flip them off like the basketball players would have? Remember that game a couple months ago?
I don't know, but you know what? It would have been worth it.
I like
I mean, it is Michigan, and they deserve it.
No, Michigan is a great institution, a really good school, a place that fun people attend.
Fun people.
And or coach.
Fun
at.
people like Jim Harbaugh.
I think he's
I
fun.
bet he was a lot of fun.
You don't think he's fun?
Hey, you want to go to a frat party, Jim? He's sitting in the corner drinking his milk. Yeah,
He does love his milk.
I'm studying the playbook.
He likes mommy's milk.
Bo Schembechler, he was so great.
Stop that.
I'm just saying.
I didn't like that.
Sorry, Nick.
In last night's Spurs-Blazers game, Wemby went down and suffered a concussion. He has to sit out a minimum of 48 hours according to NBA rules, and that would allow him to return for Game 3. It would also be the earliest a player has ever returned from a concussion, with most returning in an average window of 5 to 8 days, aka Games 5 or beyond. When do you think we see him?
So they travel. They have an off day today. They will play on Friday. As Nick said, that is the minimum amount of time off would he would meet that requirement. I think that we will see him return as the average return window is reached, which would be Game 5, which is 1 week from.
Wouldn't it be Game 4?
No, Game 5.
When's Game 4?
Game 4 is on Sunday.
How many days would that be?
It would meet it, but he wouldn't reach the average return window.
Right, but that's how many days after concussion? 4 days?
It would be
Right.
5 days after concussion. See,
Well,
but like
that's the earliest part of the window. I say he's back by Game 4.
I think he's back by Game 5 because that'll be 1 week from the incident. That was a nasty fall. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did not see it, but
ouch.
I bet I say 4.
4. All right. Game 5 for me.
Game 4.
That could be a question in predictions.
The Bulls didn't leave Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan left the Bulls. Where does this leave both the Bulls and Billy Donovan's futures?
Well, could leave Billy Donovan in a very interesting place.
I wonder if he wishes North Carolina would have pursued him a little harder.
Well, not necessarily, because now think about this. Old Mark Pope in Kentucky, kind of on hard times.
Oh, interesting.
Bill Self has decided to come back,
folks.
But would it surprise you if Bill Self was only going to coach this next year and that's it?
I thought he'd be done now.
And while Florida's coach has already said, Todd Golden has said, I'm staying. I'm going to be a Gator. He has a great season next year. Certainly possible he could get some very attractive offers, and maybe he does eventually go pro. But those are three primo jobs that could very well be available next offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Billy Donovan's got some very attractive potential options. The Bulls, on the other hand,
do not.
They don't.
That organization
Jerry
is
Reinsdorf
garbage.
Is still around.
Yeah.
and they just can't get their poop in a group.
Yeah, poor Bulls fans. At least they had the 90s. That's what Cowboys fans say as well. At least we had the 90s.
Nebraska fans say that too.
You know what? It's kind of nice that the teams that ruined an entire decade of sports viewing for millions and millions of people are now being made to suffer for decades on end.
I figured you
I
would
think
have been
that's
a
a fair
Michael
trade.
Jordan guy. You were out on the Bulls?
I always rooted. I mean, it always seemed like they played teams. I wanted to see Clyde win. I wanted to see Charles Barkley win.
I do like Charles.
Before I knew, about, some of Karl Malone's things, I wanted to see Malone and Stockton win. So I always found, and when they beat the Lakers for the first one, I was still a Lakers guy.
Yeah.
So I always seemed to be rooting against the Bulls. In the final.
Handshake meme. I always rooted against the Bulls too. Now I've very much come to appreciate what Michael Jordan did, but at the time I was like, hell no. Yeah, I'm with John on this. Billy Donovan's going to have his selection of, I think, a really good job in college because I think he's going to go back to college. The Bulls, again, because of their owner, bad.
I remember having some Bulls gear when I was like 4 or 5, so I think somebody in my life was trying to make me a Bulls fan.
Probably leftovers from the Michael Jordan era.
Maybe.
Scraps.
The Mets started last night with 5 innings of perfect baseball from their pitcher, only to blow a 3-0 lead with the Twins scoring 2 in the top of the 9th to win the game. That makes it 12 baseball games lost in a row. Will it move to a baker's dozen tonight? That's 13.
So tonight, the Mets probably once again are going to be a favorite. Yesterday, I believe, John, the number that we quoted on the show was minus 172. Tonight, the number is minus 162. Wow. FanDuel now has when will they win next.
Oh.
You can bet tonight. You can bet tomorrow. You can bet against the Rockies in the first game of the series, the second game, the third game, or you can do not before April 28th, which would be plus 8,000. They will not win tonight. The streak goes to 13.
There's a famous Mets fan who's online named Frank the Tank who has these very unhinged rants.
Yeah.
He does live watches of Mets games. I was not really familiar with this man or his work for a while.
Yeah.
I've
seen pictures of his food. It looks disgusting.
I'm wishing that 1988 John were here right now to enjoy this. Because 1988 John would have loved watching the Mets lose 12 in a row.
What about 2026 John?
Well, I don't hate the Mets as much as I did.
Now?
No, I'm not a Mets fan. I just don't hate them as much.
All.
See, we used to be division rivals. I hated the Mets. The Mets were absolutely my least favorite baseball team, even more than the Cardinals.
Interesting.
Until probably like the 2000s.
Wow. I can't imagine 1988 John.
1988 John was a big Dodgers fan.
That is weird. Like you were
because they beat the Mets in the playoffs. And then Kirk Gibson hit the home run against the A's.
You were like, yeah, the Dodgers,
Yes.
Kirk Gibson. Wow, that is wild. Whereas if it happened today, you'd say, ban baseball. I'm happy for the loss.
Shohei's overrated.
Yeah, wow.
It's amazing how your life changes, man. The Dodgers,
I barely used to think about the Eagles, and now they live rent-free in my head. Yeah, I understand.
If Shohei was on the 88 Dodgers, do you think John would be a massive Shohei fan?
Whoa, what a great question, Nick.
Well, it wouldn't be so damn unusual because pitchers
here
hit
we
back
go.
in 1988.
Remember the DH when it was not allowed?
It was good days.
New York Yankees players recently pitched higher-ups on the team wearing alternate jerseys for the first time in franchise history, a league source told The Athletic. Do you guys love or like this idea?
As we talked about earlier, I have officially reached old man status. I am so out on this garbage. You are the New York Yankees, for Christ's sake. What are we doing here? Have some damn pride. But you know what? The organization hasn't won a World Series since 2009. They're basically the baseball Dallas Cowboys now. So maybe you should wear a stupid-ass uniform, you goobers. The only alternates I want to see from the Yankees are the wool uniforms from the 50s. Old Timers Day, John. Bring it back.
They did a gimmick.
Bad thing.
I want to say it was in the year 2000 because but they did instead of a throwback day, they did a flash forward day where teams wore futuristic uniforms.
Gross.
What?
And the Yankees wore their traditional pinstripes because
that's how it's done.
Really funny.
Because this is what we're gonna be 50 years from now, we're going to be in pinstripes and navy blue, and we're the New York Yankees. You know, I don't like the Yankees. Never been a Yankees fan, but one thing I love about them is they stick to what works.
Nick,
they are pinstripes at home, and they're grays on the road.
When you go home tonight, go to YouTube and search Conan in the year 2000.
Okay.
And you'll have quite the laugh, I would imagine.
All right.
In the year 2000. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I can tell.
No, I do. No,
totally.
I do.
Yeah,
those are words. Yeah,
Such a
I
funny bit.
I wish I was more, but I do wish I was more into Conan during those days.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Same.
In Colorado last night, Avs fans broke the glass behind the Kings bench, shattering it all over coaches and players. I thought weed was supposed to make you chill as the cool air. What's up with this? Because weed is famously only in Denver.
It is. It's legal in Denver, Nick.
Yeah, but good old-fashioned American hockey fans, they don't partake in the devil's lettuce.
They're just getting hammered off
They're
of
just-
18 Busch Lights.
They're
Bud Lights.
Coors.
Coors Lights.
They're in Denver.
Denver,
Come
my
on,
bad.
man. They're drinking Coors.
I apologize.
Or Keystone.
Man, hockey fans are they're something else.
Not great.
Maybe they broke, you know why they broke the glass behind the Kings bench? They were probably pissed off about, man, I'm sitting behind this bench and God, does it reek.
Oh my gosh, it's so
There is
stinky.
nothing smellier in sports
Hockey.
than sitting behind a team bench at a hockey game. It reeks.
By the way, I'm looking at some of the clock ahead jersey. It's just giant logos.
Yes, it was.
That's it.
People's interpretation of what the future was going to be was very
The logos
weird.
will be really big.
Yes.
The Rockies one, I've seen those before. That's Larry Walker, right?
Yeah.
I've seen that before. I've never seen Barry Bonds wearing one of those. Who is that? That the Mets? What? What is that? That's weird.
Why are the Mariners red?
Very weird, Nick. Very weird.
That is weird.
Because people in Seattle are goobers.
We'll finish up with this one.
Oh.
Speaking of red, Heinz 57, a company based in Pittsburgh, is giving out a custom red jacket and a lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup for the 57th overall pick in the draft. Is this a neat prize or a booby prize?
Booby prize. If I got a lifetime supply of ketchup and a red jacket with a Heinz logo on it, I'd throw the jacket in a fireplace, which I'd have to break my fireplace's glass to throw it in
Wow,
there.
Josh is throwing away a red jacket. Husker hater.
That's Heinz. And then I would take the ketchup and give it to my family. No, that's a good gift for Christmas time to somebody. That's what I would do.
You would re-gift a lifetime supply of.
No, I'd
That
re-gift the jacket for Christmas, and then I would always give the ketchup to my family. I'd be like, "You guys want some ketchup?"
By the way, the team that
Gross.
holds the 57th pick,
Yeah, who is that?
the Gary Bears.
Oh, congratulations to McMaster.
Good job, Gare Bears.
So the player is going to get this?
Why does
The
it have to be
player's going to
ketchup?
get
Heinz
this.
57 makes so many other condiments that aren't ketchup.
So
And it's interesting. It's also coincidental because Devin Hester was the 57th pick. He's kind of
that's
the
cool.
He's kind of the guy that's helping promote this for Heinz 57.
Okay, so real quick, Heinz 57 is a sauce. That's
Yeah.
the Heinz 57
Now,
sauce.
listen, if they were giving away a lifetime supply of Heinz 57 sauce,
You'd be in?
Oh, I don't hate ketchup like you do. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd be fine with the ketchup, but I'd really be in on the Heinz 57 sauce. I love that stuff.
Could I ask for a lifetime supply of one of their other products? I'm looking at it now to see if there's anything that I want. Oh, their malt vinegar. I will take the Heinz.
Oh, good God.
Malt vinegar lifetime. So I go through that so slowly though. I need like probably 4 bottles, and that would last me the rest of my
That's
life.
a lifetime supply.
I love it on my shrimp.
You are
Shrampies.
My shrimpies, John, a little shrimp.
so weird.
It's a normal thing.
This is a guy who ate malt vinegar on his fish before he had a cheeseburger.
Yeah,
Think
that's-
about that,
Still
America.
do. America.
Are you sure you're not British?
Hello, governor.
Oi! I am positive.
That's Australian.
I'm from Nebraska, John. I was born in Nebraska. Famously America.
Oh, but you love to bring up how you grew up in Michigan,
I did grow up in Michigan. That's true. People forget. But I'm happy to remind
which people call the UK of America
you. Is that what they call Michigan?
all the time.
Mm.
No, we call Michigan the ass of America.
Oh, man. Andy brings up another good Conan bit, Nick. Old-time baseball. That is the funniest thing he ever did. He went to an old-time baseball game.
He did.
And there was a plane, and he's like, "What is that? What is that devilry?"
He
It was so
he took
funny.
it so literally.
Yeah.
I played in one of those ones.
Really?
I had a friend of mine who and you had to play by the old time rules, which means you could not hold the bat. You had to hold the bat Ty Cobb style
I've
with
heard
your
about
hands
these,
apart.
Yeah.
It was, and you couldn't use gloves.
You should go watch it, Nick. It's pretty fun.
But he went nuts.
Yeah.
He went
stuff.
absolutely nuts. All right. What's for dinner? Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
A few folks online have inquired, and certainly not in the snarky way that my coworkers did.
John, you're an attractive man.
We complimented John earlier, and he got triggered.
Oh, you should. Whoa,
John,
you had
you're
to hear
looking
your
good.
tone. You had to hear your tone.
Look how nice you look.
And then I got John his
it's
favorite
too-
beer. Shout out to John for bringing in
Thank
beer.
you, John.
Thank you,
And then John got triggered about that too.
I did not get triggered.
Why don't you
about
let
it.
people
I got
love
triggered
you?
because you dropped one.
No.
You dropped one. It's like
Not
dropping
on
a
purpose.
baby.
It's because the beers were as warm as
Bill
the sun.
Buckner didn't need to be here to save that baby. The reason I am dressed up is the Creighton.
Funeral.
Oh, it's the Creighton basketball postseason banquet.
Oh.
So I am having.
What do you have for dinner?
Whatever.
Steak or seafood?
What?
Or chicken, probably.
It's usually
Chicken.
usually
You want
some
some
kind
chicken?
of a steak or beef, like a beef tenderloin or chicken. Usually it's a good salad, a nice little dessert, cocktails,
Nice.
seafood cocktails, crabs, crayfish.
That sounds fun.
Good stuff.
It's crayfish without the space, by the way.
We have just a little bit more vodka pasta, so I'm going to finish that off tonight.
Nice. I have no idea. I got nothing.
Wait, is tonight the night or is that tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the night. Because it's wedding season for Nick.
Yeah.
He's getting very excited. He's trying to figure out which restaurant to go to with his family.
Mhm.
And I honestly don't really have a recommendation. No, wait, I did give him one. I gave him one in Ashland.
You did.
Yeah. I just don't know what Nick's budget is, so it's hard to help him out here.
I don't know what the budget is either.
Who's buying?
I hope it's not us.
Okay, and well,
I hope they're like, happy wedding, we'll pay for it.
How about McDonald's?
Not a bad idea. Wherever
How
we
about
be too.
McDonald's.
Speaking of wherever we be, Connor Happer is getting ready to call a little baseball.
Let's see. Are they... Oh no! We better be careful there. You never know what they might be talking about.
Happer, we just heard that diaper talk.
Something about diapers.
Something about
Hey,
no,
don't
he's
king
probably-
shame Happer.
He's probably no. You know what? He's probably having to change his diapers after watching the Royals today.
Oh, they lost again. The Royals are the AL Mets. They stink right now.
They
dude.
do.
They make
Woof.
my wife actively mad every single night. She's like, I don't want to watch the game. They make her so mad. Like there was a
Well, the
delay
good
other day.
news
She's
is
like, "This
tonight
great."
she won't have to watch
It's
it
already
because
done.
they've already
They've
lost.
already played. Thank God. Thank God.
Man, we had such a busy show today, and then tomorrow it's, for the moment, just Rob.
Nick, it's time for you to get some guests. Did you have an idea?
What about Mitch?
He never got back to me.
He never got
He
back
never
to
got back
us.
to me.
Yeah, we got to do some NFL draft stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, the first round of the draft.
Yeah.
We could spend an hour on the Rams. That'll work.
I hope you draft Ty Simpson with your first pick. Pick number 13.
No, you draft Ty Simpson.
Ah!
Bye.